Hello, friends. Welcome to Coding Garden. Welcome to Coding Improv, the show where the code is made up and the points don't matter. So today, I'm going to build something completely inspired by Twitch chat. And yeah, I don't know what I'm going to build yet. It's going to be via suggestions from you all. So I'm not going to enable it right now, but in a little bit, I will enable suggestions. My camera's in view. The improv, are we at the point where too many people can afford it? But essentially, you'll have to use your seedlings to redeem a suggestion whenever I ask for them. So it's paused right now, but in probably 10 or 15 minutes, we'll get started. I'll ask for suggestions. You can use this to redeem it, and then you can suggest one word like banana. Do not suggest any kind of technology or framework or anything like that. I get to decide what tech I use, but you're going to help me come up with words that we'll use to inform what we're actually going to build. Up the number of seedlings? I mean, we could. Type 1 in chat if you have at least 1,337 seedlings. You could suggest banana, because I'll be honest, I'm eating my breakfast. It's oatmeal and bananas right now. I mean, most everyone that responded has been around in the coding garden for a long time. I mean, so I think the reason that I set this price is for people that just found me, for brand new people. Yeah, you can't redeem it yet. You can't redeem it. I'm going to enable it in a little bit. But for people that just found me, you have to at least watch a few streams before you get this many seedlings. But if you've already been watching me for a while, then you're allowed to suggest. That's really all. That's really the only reason I set that. This is episode 22, I do believe. All of the past episodes, all of the code is, all of the episodes are on YouTube. Yeah, this is going to be episode 22, and all of the code is on GitHub as well. So everything we write gets pushed up here. How are you all doing? How are you? It's Thursday. It's Thursday. Like I said, I'm going to take a few minutes to eat my oatmeal because I didn't get to eat breakfast today. And then we'll jump into it. I didn't want to be late again. I've been late for like the last 3 streams. So this is for me not being late. You get to watch me eat my oatmeal. Torta fritas. Nice. Nice. 10x it? You know, I'm not opposed to it. Just so, well, the thing is, I want it to be accessible, and the redemptions being accessible make it so that more people will potentially tune in. Well, I mean, I was still 3 minutes late for stream today. But I'm not on a diet, but yeah, for the most part, every breakfast for the past like 2 weeks has been oatmeal and fruit. From a measuring cup. It's microwavable oatmeal, and if I cook the oatmeal in a smaller bowl, then it overflows in the microwave. This is tall, so it doesn't overflow. You know? You know? All right. How many of you have 13,000 seedlings? Type 1 if you have 13,000 seedlings. Yeah, you can't redeem it yet. It's gonna be. I'm gonna enable it in just a few minutes. All right, so I'm gonna up it to 13,000 because there are some people that at least have it. 11111. Okay. 161,000. Yeah, I guess we're at the point since I give back your points every stream. It would make sense that you have a lot of them. So that makes sense. So now if you look at the redemption, it is 13,337 seedlings right here. Yeah, we could come up with some interesting things to and it's okay to be a newbie. Just stick around, stick around. Um but yeah, we can come up with some ideas for what can we uh redeem for bigger numbers. 1 hour in the coding of your choice, coding language of your choice. Mm, mm, for a t-shirt? I can't. Um right now it's 200,000 to request to be a mod and nobody has redeemed this yet. So I feel like people are not to 200,000 just yet. Yeah, we used to have reviews. The reviews, is it still on here? No, I think I disabled it entirely. Okay, speed run, eating my oatmeal while we play City Guesser. All right, just in the chat. Where is this? Where do you think this is? Yeah, United States guesses only. Is it Dallas? Looks like it could be Texas. Not Texas. Ooh, I saw a license plate. It was red, white, blue. What state has a license plate with those colors? Missouri? Wasn't Ohio? Missouri? No. Idaho. It is Idaho. Idaho Grain and Agriculture Center or something. Um, do we just guess Boise? That's like the only Idaho. That's the only place in Idaho I know of. Right, next one. That's New Orleans. Come on, or Disney World, or like some recreation of New Orleans. New Orleans. New Orleans. All right, next one. They're not raw. No, they were cooked in the microwave. I don't know. Boston, Texas? No. Is it Austin, Texas? No. Burlington, Vermont. Nice. Is this Boston? Yeah, it's Boston. Nice. Dallas? San Francisco? I would not Texas. Corporate dystopia. Yeah. Is it Seattle? I mean, it's raining. Let's see. Mm-mm. I don't know why they decided to film that. Bezos down? Oregon? Not Oregon. It does look cold and wet. Maybe these signs will be an indicator if we get to see them. We might not. Minnesota? Oh, Virginia. I like that. Not Virginia. West Virginia? Chicago. We're gonna guess every state. Maryland? Wisconsin? Is WI the abbreviation for Wisconsin? Yeah, so that was like our first guess. Well, second guess. Seattle. But it's not. What's the abbreviation for Maryland? It can't be Alaska, right? Let's look at this road sign. Centennial Olympic Park Drive. Is that in DC? Is DC on this? Georgia? It's Georgia. I mean, I guess the trees look like they could be from Georgia. Oh well. We cheated on the last one. Nobody got that. All right, let's actually get into what we're doing today. Sorry for the delay. Welcome in, everyone. Glad to see you. Welcome to Coding Garden. Welcome to Coding Improv, the show where the code is made up and the points do not matter. Today, I'm going to be getting some suggestions from the Twitch chat, and we're going to be building a completely random app based on those suggestions. So if you look at the YouTube playlist, you can see all the past episodes. This is going to be episode 22. 22. We started this over 2 years ago. This is episode 22, and you can view all of the code from every past episode here as well. A lot of weird stuff we end up building here. For example, this is chicken tender. You can decide, do you like the chicken or not? And that's it. That's all we built. And it has a light mode. That's what we built on episode 1. What else? There's a Twitch-controlled soundboard. Let's see. Did we not deploy it? I guess we didn't deploy it. Oh, well. That one didn't get deployed. Okay, here's another completely random one. It's the Bonsai MacBook clicker. We designed the MacBook UI, and your mouse pointer is a little Bonzi character from Kitboga. And you click the screen and you can see your battery go down and your score go up. And that's it. And if you get a rainbow, your score goes up more. But if your battery dies, then it's game over. So we built that. Yeah, so let's show the coffee shop one. We called it Overbrewed. It's essentially, it's kind of like Overcooked, but you have to make coffee orders. So you press start. Okay. Oh, cool. And so the order comes up, and you have to put it into the cup in the right order. So, milk, water. Oh, that was ice, not water. Okay. Milk, water, mud. Great. Yeah, that website was called City Guessing. This is it. It's similar to City Guessr. And game over because we ran out of time. So yeah, Overbrewed was pretty fun. And various other things. Yeah, the most recent one we did at Christmas time, and we built an advent calendar with birds with arms. Actually, no, we coded it into the site. We can't click this until next December. So I can't demo this site, but behind every door is a bird with arms. So, and then this was a fun one too. This is we essentially we got a bunch of inspirational quotes. We put those into an AI voice generator of Morgan Freeman, and then we also called the NASA API to get various space backgrounds. And we ended up with Morgan's Space Odyssey.
No matter what people tell you, words and ideas can change the world. When you have a dream, you've got to grab it and never let go. The only place where success comes before work is in the dictionary.
Great. So yeah, that's Morgan's Space Odyssey. And today we're going to be building something just as random. So like I mentioned, you have to use your seedlings to redeem this, and you will need. We increased the price. So today it's for people that have been around for a while. Blockbuster came back with an. I did not see that, High Vice. That's interesting. I wonder if somebody's playing a prank or if it's actually going to happen. Well, the April Fool's one I don't think was coding improv, but we might actually work on that next week. Yeah. Yeah. Welcome in, Isaac, but yeah, don't what? At least say hello before you try to advertise yourself. That was probably a bot. It's going to cost 13,337 seedlings. You'll be able to redeem one word, a single word that should not be a technology, a single word like banana or guitar or hat or chair, anything. It can literally be anything. Request to be a mod and still makes you have enough points to so I haven't enabled it yet because the moment I enable it, we're only taking 5 suggestions and it's gonna go quick. It's gonna go quick. So if you want to redeem it, you should click right here, click this, and get ready to go. If you don't have enough seedlings, you can click here. This tells you all the ways that you can get seedlings, essentially by watching the Coding Garden, by following, rating with us. You'll get seedlings, and if you are a sub, you'll get even more seedlings. So if you can't redeem this today, just keep watching. Eventually, you'll be able to redeem it. But yeah, that's it. Is everyone ready? Is everyone ready? You just put one word, and you have to do it really fast. Because, I mean, honestly, let's do this. I'm going to increase the number of suggestions just so a few more people have a chance. But if we don't get to all of them, whoever's we don't get to, I will give your points back. But I'm going to do my best to get to all of them. So let's do 10 instead of just 5. So 10 of you will have a chance to suggest something. Probably 5 of them will get in. I'll have enough time to do 5 of them. All right, is everyone ready? If you're ready, click here. Click here if you have enough seedlings, and go. That's it. We did it. Great work, everyone. So, Shake and Bake suggested dip. Stony Eagle suggested recipe. Fob suggested Linus Tech Tips. Okay, I opened up the YouTube app this morning. I don't know if anybody else is subscribed to, I think it's Tech Linked. It's one of the side channels of Linus Tech Tips. And but I didn't realize that. So I looked in my subscriptions feed, and there was like an Elon Musk stream, and I was like, all right, I know I didn't accidentally subscribe to someone. What's happening here? And so like I clicked on the account. They disabled all of the videos, but if you go to the community tab, they left the post there. And then I could tell, I was like, oh, this was the Tech Link channel. And it basically got hacked, and they had a live stream that was one of those Elon Musk crypto scams. But that's great. Like, the channel had 1.89 million subscribers. I mean, it might have been more than that. They might have lost a bunch of people when they saw, like, the scam Elon Musk stream. But, like, imagine a YouTube channel having that many subscribers and then getting hacked. Was it so I didn't look at the news, I didn't look at anything else. I just saw it in my YouTube app and I was like, that sucks. Was it the main channel too? The main also got hacked? Oh no. The thing is, like, if they haven't recovered their account yet, um YouTube should step in, right? Linus Tech Tips, Tech Quickie, Tech Link channels hacked. Yeah, so they're working with YouTube. Yeah. They're working with YouTube to get everything back. So like what Alka mentioned is that a lot of videos that weren't supposed to be public, whoever hacked them made it public, and so you could actually watch those for a little bit. Yeah. So the thing, like, yeah, they're a huge media company. Not huge. I mean, they're a company. I mean, I think they have like a few, maybe up to 100 employees. I've watched their like behind the scenes videos and stuff. So they're not a huge company, but they are a company, and they are a tech company that talks about backups and everything else. And they do all of their editing in house and everything. I assume that they have backups, but the fact that their channel isn't even showing up for a search is kind of insane. Yeah. I mean, I guess I don't know the details. It's bound to have been someone that works there that had admin access to the channels. They specifically got compromised, which allowed everything else to be compromised. It probably wasn't even a password that got guessed. It was potentially like maybe they had access to the account on their mobile phone and their mobile phone got hacked. It had to have been something like that. All right, quick aside, but maybe we do something fun with some of the characters, the regulars on Linus Tech Tips. Okay, America 2050 suggested Room. Alka suggested Cactus. Yaps suggested Pikachu, Cute Pony with Kittens. TJ Mr. P with Soccer. Diamond with Dinosaur, and Electrothermal with City. I do have to say, at first glance, these suggestions are great. You all did fantastic. Let's figure out what we're gonna build. They got fished, yeah. So I don't know if you all had heard the news, but this is in the wrong order. But there was a security vulnerability, a remote code execution vulnerability found in a lot of phones from Google and Samsung. It was specifically like a Samsung chip, but it was used like especially in the Pixel 6 and the Pixel 7. And it was a vulnerability in Wi-Fi calling that would allow for remote code execution. So essentially, like your phone could be hacked over the Wi-Fi because of a vulnerability. Am I one line off? Oh, we'll confirm everything. I see. I'm completely off. All right, I was wondering why was it like in a weird order. Okay, we'll get there. I used to have a thing that like auto formatted this for me, but I didn't have it running today. We'll get there. But yeah, yeah, there was a vulnerability, and the patch for it just got released in the March security update. And so I imagine quite a few phones were vulnerable to that. I mean, it's possible that was potentially related. Like maybe someone's phone was vulnerable to that and then the phone itself got hacked. But that's a thing. All right, we've done it. It took me a second. But these are the suggestions. Please tell me in the chat if I got them wrong. Looks good? All right. So, if you're just arriving, these are the suggestions that came in from the Twitch chat. Let's see okay, I'm pretty interested in what's going on over at Linus Tech Tips. Yeah, I mean, I think like ultimately when you think about it, like the fact that a such a large YouTube channel could be compromised like that is actually pretty insane. Because I mean, I don't know how many the main channel had. Let's look at Social Blade if Social Blade will work. Linus Tech Tips. Maybe it's cached. Yeah. So 15 million subscribers. Search for Tesla Live. Why is Google working with them? I feel like if any channel gets hacked, you can't get an answer for Google in ages because they're so large, right? So like Linus Tech Tips is the main channel, 15 million subscribers, but there's also Tech Linked, Tech Quickie, was it like Super Fun Show? They have several channels combined, probably like over 20 million subscribers total. So yeah, the simple idea that a channel this large could get hacked is crazy. Like the fact that there's no alarms to go off when all of a sudden a bunch of videos are being set to private. The name of the channel changes. Also, the that was the other thing. I saw that their handle got changed to Tesla-LTT, which means their original handle would have been up for grabs after someone changed it to Tesla-LTT. So if somebody else saw the hack happen, they could have actually grabbed the YouTube handle Linus Tech Tips. Like that's the other thing though, like it shouldn't be possible for such a large channel to change their handle or like without some kind of confirmation. I don't know. So I think that's probably why they're working with Google because yeah, and that's the other, yeah. There could have been a secondary account where they grabbed the handle so that way it couldn't be used anymore. But I'm sure like YouTube is stepping in and it's probably going to give them back the handle. And if somebody did acquire that handle, it's a bit of a trail to determine who did the hack, unless it was like some person that did it randomly. Yeah. Yeah. But was it? It was multiple channels that got compromised. Yeah, I mean, and the only reason I mentioned this, like, why YouTube would care about the size, is because that is a lot of ad revenue for YouTube. All of the videos that are on the LTT channels, that's actually a noticeable dent in the ad revenue of YouTube. When a company like that goes down, I would assume. I don't know. Is Apple locked down on OS security vulnerabilities? There are still 0 days. There's actually some really good episodes on Darknet Diaries talking about 0 days and how iOS 0 day vulnerabilities are like you can sell them for millions of dollars because nation state hackers love iOS 0 days because then they can hack all the people that have iOS devices. But yeah, if you just search for 0 day, Jack Resider, the host of the podcast, he gives a rundown of what 0 days even are, and then get interviews people that find them and all people that buy them and stuff like that as well. Okay, let's get in. We're getting a little sidetracked. Let's actually write some code, or get into this right here. So this is Coding Improv. We've gotten 10 suggestions from the Twitch chat. We need to figure out what to build, and we're gonna set a timer. So let's do a 5-minute timer to figure out what we're going to build based on these ideas. So help me out. In the Twitch chat, what are some ideas that incorporate a lot of these? Coding Improv, the show where the code is made up and the points don't matter. So just a few minutes ago, before we started talking about Linus Tech Tips, people redeemed and got these. So Pikachu making an Linus Tech Tips dip recipe. Okay. I mean, what if we do something around the Linus Tech Tips hack? So like, what if we have like a maze generator, and like you need to get through the maze to hack Linus Tech Tips or something, and then along the way through the maze, there are various things you could pick up. I don't know. I'm just gonna throw it out there. We may not do this, but like, uh, LTT maze, navigate the maze to hack LTT. Collect Pikachus and Chip Dip along the way. Or it's something like you get into the LTT office and you have to go grab all of these things from various rooms. Something like that. All right. Yeah, like a room-based game. Actually, yeah, so we don't have to do this, but like it could be like a murder mystery game or something like that. So like you have all these rooms that you get to go into, and each room potentially has like something that has a clue of some kind. I feel like that'd be pretty difficult. A lot of creating a text-based adventure or even like a murder mystery game just has there's a lot of non-coding you have to do. So I don't know if I want to jump into that. Spot the difference game in a room with dinosaurs, Pikachu, cactus, and soccer players. But how would we code spot the difference? Clues from the kittens and the Pikachu. So yeah, like if these things are hanging out, then you could ask them for clues. Maybe. Mixed feelings. Oh, on memeing about the hack. Is that what you meant, Stoner? Like we shouldn't make fun of LTT. Is that what you're saying? Spot the difference between Eli and yeah, something like that. All right, yeah. So give me other ideas. All right, so this is one idea: some kind of guessing room game with LTT. Find ingredients for a city where all the residents are Pokemon. Or it's like, so maybe you're just Pikachu that is picking up various things for a thing that they're building along the way. It actually would be pretty fun to do like a one of the original Pokemon game style map where it's like top down and like you get to navigate through a map like the cities in like the original Pokemon. You know what I'm talking about? Like this. But I mean, this is the later version. But yeah, you would like be navigating through the city. Okay, I kind of want to do something like that. So basically, we can find like a tile pack and then create like a top-down style game, and we can find a Pikachu asset potentially where we're running around, and then we have to visit various buildings to collect various things. I don't know. What if these are all of the possible things that you could collect, but in order to win the game, you have to collect 3 of them or something like that. Like, basically, you're walking through a city, you go into a building, it will have things in it, but if it has one of the things you're looking for, you put it onto your list. And when you start the game, it gets generated with these are the three things that you need. Let's do that. That's what we're building. Let me type it out. And we'll work LTT into there somehow. Pikachu needs to find Pikachu Scavenger Hunt. That's what this is called. That's what we're building. We have a top-down map like the original Pokemon game. Various buildings you can go into. I like that, Dr. Phantom. Is there like a Linus meme that has to do with Pokemon? I don't know. Various buildings you can get into. Game starts with a list of 3 things you need to collect. 3 random things from this list. So we get cactus, a dip recipe. That's 2 for 1. A soccer ball, a dinosaur toy, and then the fact that we're on this map is a city, and then what do we do with kittens? When you enter, kittens are bonus points. Oh, kitten NPCs. I like that. So, like, there are kittens you can walk up and talk to. And we could get some, like, random quote generator API for NPC dialogue. Something like that. I don't know. That's what we'll do, and that accounts for everything. So, you start the game. You get a list of 3 random things. We'll come up with more, but we'll include these, because these were part of the suggestions. Like, that's how we're going to incorporate them. But we can come up with a list of like 20 other possible things that you'll need to collect. As you're walking about the map, if you encounter a kitten, you can go up to it, and it will tell you a joke or a quote. It will be a top-down map that you can navigate, and there are buildings that you can go into. And then when you enter a building, randomly spawn items. If the items you need are in the building, collect them. Otherwise, you exit the building. That's it. Let's build it. let's build it. I wanted to do today in an hour. I'm going to try my darndest. I'm going to try my darndest for an MVP. We'll potentially use Phaser. There's a couple of other game frameworks we could try out. But really, in an hour, I hope to get a top-down map, the ability to walk around, and the ability to walk into buildings. Okay, I'm gonna keep the timer just so the pressure is on, but we'll see where we're at in 30 minutes. I don't even want to run a prediction, because I feel like I don't even want to run a prediction. We'll see where we're at in 30 minutes. Let's go. We're not gonna do a prediction. Thank you for the focus mode. So step 1, we need to find a framework to build this with. Like, we could build it without a framework, but a framework is gonna make us allow us to move so much faster. So Phaser is a pretty common HTML5 game framework. And you can do like tile maps and stuff like that. So that is one of them. There's one we used a while for one of words. We finally used a game framework in like one of the coding improvs. I don't remember which one it was. It was this one. It was this one. The Ultimate Frog Dragon Pants Jump. Is it broken? It might be broken. Navigator.getGamePads is not a function. We must have used a controller for this, but what did we use for this? What was the game framework that we used? Kaboom. This is much higher level than Phaser. It has a lot of stuff built in. So if we look at some of their examples, like that shows you how to add sprites, but they even have a oh no. They have a platformer game. Is it WASD? That's the one. Thank you, Josh Washi. I can never remember the name of it, but we used this one time. So, like, we can do things like that. Do they have a top-down? What is it? What is a top-down game called? Um, top down, bird's eye. Do they have an example of that? So, yeah, they might not. Wait, or is it RPG? Would they call it an RPG? Yeah, something like this. Is it? So potentially you could do like RPG, and then like the things that you add to the game you can make it so that like you can't go through them, but like potentially you could go through a door. Yeah. So, oh, whoa. They describe the levels using text. And that's fascinating. You know what I'm thinking? So what if okay, so if we get this working, and also if we find a sprite sheet. So we find a sprite sheet with that's like Pokemon style map tiles, and then we can use it with this to generate it. And we can ask ChatGPT to generate like a level for us, potentially. I don't know how well it would do. But yeah, here we go. Okay, so I think I want to use Kaboom. I'm not going to overthink it. Let's just look at what examples we can find for Phaser with top down. And yeah, so I'm gonna make this decision. Do we use Phaser or do we do Kaboom? I'm making that decision in under 3 minutes. Here we go. Kaboom. It's literally less than 200 lines of code to get all of this going with the logic for like entering in rooms and stuff like that. So that's awesome. We need an example, a top-down example from Phaser. Tile map, maybe? Top-down shooter? Something like this, maybe? Please wait. Loading source. Wait, no, that's the code. How do I play it? Oh, it's just a random map. I mean, that's a thing. They build the whole game in this blog post? Oh, are they using like a game thing for like the tile layers and such? Yeah, okay, we're gonna use Kaboom just because my gut is telling me that it's easier for me to figure out this code than not. Okay, specifically the sprites. I'm curious how it loaded the game tiles. So maybe it's grass. I really just want to look at the assets that get loaded in here. Yeah, so the grass sprite is literally just like a little block like that. So what we can potentially do is find a sprite sheet of like the Pokemon world, and then that will give us like sidewalks and different stuff like that. Yeah, so this is gonna be written with JavaScript. Okay, so I know what we need to do. Now we need to find some assets. I'm gonna look on itch.io. They have a lot of free game assets. I'm just gonna search for Pokemon. Like this. This is exactly. It's $3, but let's see if anybody has them for free. I've been known to pay for tile sets during a coding improv, though. Check out the Sprite Atlas demo. Ooh, that's so cool. Yeah, but they're explicitly putting like XY coordinates for all of the things. I guess they do the same thing here. Wow. This just looks more complicated than the other one. The other one looks doable to me. Is there a way to filter by free? OpenGameArt.org. Ooh, okay. Pokemon tile. Here we go. I don't know how to filter it. Here, okay. Here's an RPG set. It's not gonna look exactly like Pokemon, but I guess that's okay, right? Overworld, Tiny Ranch. I mean, this is cool. They give you all of the tiles for that. Asset packs from a fantasy series. Wow. And then Pixel Hole's Overworld tile set. That looks doable. Tiny Ranch? Yeah. We're at the very initial stages of all of this. We have 50 minutes. I mean, we might go a little bit longer, but right now we're just trying to find our tile set. But I'll show you. I'll talk about what we're going to build in just a second after we find our tile set. Grass biome. I'm kind of overwhelmed by the number of options. I don't know which one's going to be the best. These tiles are potentially are CC0, so it's you do whatever you want with them. This seems fine. I like that this one. This one seems the most approachable. The fact that it's a city is just that it's gonna have buildings inside of it. So like these could be the buildings that you walk into if we get that in the tile set. Let's look at it. I'm gonna download these tiles just to see what we get. Okay, this is what we get. 2 different maps, and then this is the actual tile set. This is fine because we could like use this as the here's like a bunch of little buildings. Basically, when you walk up to these buildings, we change the scene to be inside of that building. This seems fine, right? Seems fine. We just have to figure out how to do it. I don't know what a TMX file is. But yeah, let's use this one. It's fine. But we've decided we're gonna use this one. We will we'll figure out how to reference this as a tile set. Okay. XML tile for translation. Let's actually just see in here what if it. Okay. Does Kaboom support TMX or TSX files? It's funny, it's not TypeScript in XML. It's just okay. Let's see if Kaboom has anything about loading sprite sheets and sprite formats. Sprite Atlas. Sprite Atlas data type for the format spec. Oh, a sprite. I did see in here they have an ASE file. Is that this? VS Code did not want to open it. It's a binary file. Also a binary file. Yeah, I don't know what ASE is. I think ultimately we probably can just load this sprite sheet if we know the size of each thing. The tricky part is then just mapping it to like what each tile is. That could actually take quite a long time. All right. Kaboom, sprite sheet, RPG. Let's see if anybody has anything on this. Yeah, this is basically the tutorial for the code that we found. The XML had the tile positions and size of the tiles. So this has, or I think TSX is probably what we want. Yeah, TSX is it. Because that gives us the tile width and height, and then the location of each one. Yeah, so the TS, okay, so we just need to figure out how we can parse that TSX. And it's not TypeScript. It's not a TypeScript file. I don't know if Kaboom would potentially have a way to do this. Is tiled the name of the program? Yeah, and then it's those tile files. Okay, if I bring it in here, then can I potentially export them as individual sprites? That could be nice. Instead of having to reference them. Is that a bad idea? I'm gonna do it. I'm just gonna do it. We haven't written any code yet, by the way. we're in the research phase. I'm going for it. Okay. Check it out. Okay, so I loaded the TSX file in here. It very clearly has broken it down for me. Maybe I can just like, I guess would it make sense to export the individual tiles and then I can choose which ones I want? Because it does look like we're gonna have the easiest time if we just have individual sprites inside of Kaboom. Because if we have a sprite for a path, sprite for grass, technically we could load the whole sprite sheet and then specify the XY, but if we could get these as individual images, export as? I'm new to all of this. I've literally never used something like this. Oh, we could do it as JSON. Yes, this is what I want. Because Kaboom supports the JSON format. Yeah. Okay. And And then in the Kaboom docs, what is the JSON format that it supports, though? Yeah, so that's from ASprite. Tiled, how can I generate an ASprite? I just need to make sure that it's in the right format. I guess I could also just try. I could just try. All I was gonna check is like, is this the right JSON format that it expects? Because I just did export as a tiled J file, but let's try it. Let's actually write some code. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna copy paste this RPG, and then get some actual code going, and see what we can do. So I just need an index.html file, and we're gonna call this Pikachu's Scavenger Hunt, and we'll add a script. We'll make it a module. And we're going to point it at game.js. And so right in here, we'll have a game.js file with all of that code. But we do need to import Kaboom, like this. And then let's see if it works. Nice. Yeah, so it's looking for those sprite images, but otherwise it actually tries to like run the code. So that's great. Yeah, so I'll take a step back, tell you what we're doing, and then we'll keep writing the code. So at the beginning of the stream, we got these 10 suggestions from the Twitch chat, the username and then their suggestion, and we needed to decide what are we going to build based on these suggestions. So what we decided was we're going to build a game called Pikachu's Scavenger Hunt. And when the game starts, you get a list of 3 things that you need to find inside of the game. And it's basically going to be like a top-down RPG that looks like one of the original Pokemon games. So you'll get a list of 3 things you need to find, and then as you navigate through the map, you'll go into a building, and in that building, there's going to be a bunch of items, and if it has the thing you're looking for, you collect it, and once you've collected all of your things, you win the game. There will also be kittens randomly spawned on the map that will have some NPC dialogue, and that's about it. So that's what we're building, and then we decided to use this game framework called Kaboom.js because it seems pretty easy. This is kind of what we're gonna build, and then LTT is gonna come in there somewhere. We'll figure that out. Also, it's my show, so I don't actually have to use all of these if I don't really want to, but we'll see. Okay, let's let's rename this to sprites. We're going to create a sprites directory. And then let's try loading a sprite with the JSON file. So, well, no, see, that's loading an individual sprite. Okay, so sprite atlas says what is the sprite, what's its x, y, width, and height. So this is the format that it expects it to be in. Okay, I'll look at that, Cute Pony. I'm just curious really quick if we see this. So, yeah, this is in a different format. This has like colors and everything else. Let's see if tiled Kaboom will help us out. We could potentially import the tiled thing. Load maps made in tiled into Kaboom. Ooh, thank you, Cute Pony. A map loader for Kaboom to load tiled JSON maps. Usage. Add it. Load the tile map with the map object and the asset location. Cool. All right, let's import it, or at least add it to the page. So we'll add a script right here. to load the tiled Kaboom package. That's actually going to load it globally. Oh, apparently we can import it. I don't know if that's going to give us the module. I'm not even going to worry about it. Wait, if you're not using type module, you can do that. Oh, never mind. Never mind. Check this out. Easy and better and more modern. So now in our code, we can import that right above Kaboom. And then this says whenever we load Kaboom, we pass it into the plugins. So right here, we'll say plugins. And then that has tiled Kaboom. Like that. Cool. And then we should be able to get back the tiles. So our map object is going to be sprites / grass biome.tsj. And then the asset location is sprites / grass it's this one. It's this one. Overworld tile set grass. .png. And then let's just log all of these things to see if we have the stuff in the right format. Yeah, top level await should work. Game.js k is not defined. What? Line 8. Oh. I see. Boom. I was like, I couldn't see it. All right. Load tile map is not a function. Do we get back an instance, maybe? JSON parse. So if we look at the network, it tried to get sprites / grass biome.tsj. And that did I spell it wrong? I did. Well, there's 2 periods. All right. Try again. Map is undefined. Only orthogonal is currently supported. What? I think we need to look at their docs. Orthogonal? Or did they tell us how to export? There are no docs. It's just the README. That's okay. In your map files, make sure the encoding is CSV base 64 gzip, not Z standard or XML. Okay, so we need a different export. Do they have an example? No, this is it. Okay, so this is the right format, but it appears we have the wrong compression type. Maybe there's a setting we can specify, because like if we look at our JSON file, it does not. There's no like gzip. So we need to figure out tiled JSON export base 64. Export formats. Oh, CSV? Did they give us that option? What if I click the arrow next to format? Where? Edit? Um, see our planned list of enhancements. You used to use tiled? Yeah, I guess I don't know the format. XML maps and tile sets. I think the main issue is we are not base 64. Our layers are not in base 64. Some scary C++. Is it for parsing tile maps? Okay. Tiled JSON export base 64 layer. How do I do that? Map properties. Yeah, so I need to specify the tile layer format. Where is map? Map properties? Tile set properties. Orientation, orthogonal. Is there a way to specify? When you create a new map, okay, let's see. New. Oh, so I have a tile set, not a map. Is that the issue? Nino Soar, thank you for the resub. No, they said orthogonal is the only thing they support. Let me double check. I'm pretty sure. I don't know. You reference tile sets from the map file. Okay, so new map. Orthogonal, base 64, zlib. Tile size 16, I know that. And then what's my 12? I need to figure out my tile format. Grid width 16, grid height 16. It's 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12. Oh, I see. So is this actually we're going to create the entire map? Like we're literally going to reference the tile set in our map, because if so, that's not what we want to do. We actually want to reference that in our, we want to do it directly inside of Kaboom. But let's just see. Infinite. I see. And then we would actually like build out our map. Like this. And then we could export this map file and then it would load in. Oh, this isn't what we want. Really? Okay, so is there a way to export all of the individual tiles as individual images? Is that something I can do? Because that's going to be the easiest way for me to reference this stuff. Tiled split sprite sheet. Sprite cutter. Um, 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 uh, I guess this is fine. This is fine. This split all of them for me. I guess I don't. Okay, we're over 30 minutes in, and we haven't written any code. So, but at this point, we have the ability to reference those sprites, because now, we have this, which should have all of the. It should have all. Yeah, see it. 251 tiles. Oh boy! And now we get to pick and choose which ones we want, and it put them all in this folder. All right, let's get that out of there. Now, how do we know which one is which? Design the map in the editor and then import. I guess you're right, but I wanted to design it with code. Yeah, let's move all of those into the sprites folder. Great. Now we can just load individual sprites, because so I'll show you like what's interesting about Kaboom, or at least what they have in this example is they design the levels with ASCII text, and so like the equal signs represent grass, and so if we look at our sprites to find which one is grass. And what's up, UXWeb? Welcome in. They're just so tiny. I don't know how to view them big. But for instance, if we just did tile 000, now when we specify grass, we're gonna do 000, tile 000, and then when the game loads, we'll just reference everything as tile 0. What do you mean width and height? Must provide tile width and tile height. Is that an option on Sprite? Is this it? Is this what it's asking for? No. I don't know where to specify tile width and height. Hey, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. We are trying to build a game, but we're kind of things are not going in our favor. We're trying to use a library that I really haven't used that much before, and we got stuck trying to get our tiles loaded into this game. So we have this free tile set which we found, and we're trying to build a map that looks kind of like a RPG top-down kind of thing. I found a tile exporter, so now we have each individual tile as its own little PNG that we can load into this game framework that we're using. This thing's called Kaboom. But here we go. Yeah, it's true. So the tiles load just fine. The level 64 by 64. But that's the height of the level, not the height of the sprites, right? So in the main scene, we describe our characters. We have our levels. What's level ID X? Is that the current level? I see. They're passing in the level. I don't think it's gonna work because this is not the tile. Let's try. Yeah, same error. To me, from what I can see, oh, so it wants me to specify it right there? I can do that. I didn't find it anywhere in the docs, though. I literally searched for tile width, tile height. Can't access property equals in.tiles is undefined. Did I copy the wrong code here? Like, what do I need for this code to work? They're all there, and it's trying to reference them. Find the code here. Yeah, I mean, I just literally copied the code from their example, and it typically works. Show files. That's the runner? That's the multiplayer? Where's the code? The code is meant to work. Oh. Oh. are their docs not up to date? And thank you, along with Chris. Thank you for the resub. Dos, duo, va, two. 2 years. Is that what it is? Thank you, along with Chris. Okay, so we need an older version. Thank you for finding that, Veeb. What version did this break in? Version 3000? And right now we're bringing in the latest. Okay. Let's just make sure that we get a specific version. Oh, because it's bringing in the 3.0 beta, and we don't want that. We don't want that. It's really unfortunate that the CDN is defaulting to beta, though. What is this? What is this page loading of a specific version? It is over 9. Well, it's not over. It's 3,000. It's not over 9,000. Okay. I think I know what to do. We just need to specify the latest 2,000 version, not the 3,000. So you do name at version, and the version we want is this one. Nice. Okay, so we're gonna bring in this one instead. Yay! now everything is grass. Yeah, look at that. It's a game of grass. Cool. All right. Well, it's we are 45 minutes in, and we we have a page with a bunch of grass on it. Let's think about this. So when it's adding the sprites, I think it's doing some kind of calculation to determine the size of the sprites. We need to change that so that they are size 16, because I think it's expecting them to be size 32. Do you think so? So if I do like height and width, 32. Apparently, this, I see. So this actually is the tile width. Yeah, this is the tile width. You're totally right. Okay. Yeah, great. Great. We're on our way. Should we start this timer when we have the initial setup done? Maybe, but an hour of setup is it's really bad. But okay, I'm okay with that. So like, let's just get our base set up. Like, first of all, I want to get rid of the this background here, and then I also want it to zoom in. Let's add some base. I think if we add some styles, well, yeah, we'll do it all caps. This is legal, isn't it? No margin, no padding. It should fix the scroll. That doesn't fix the scroll. Doesn't matter. I'm gonna just turn off the scroll on the body, because the game will only ever be within this, and the game itself is actually, I do believe it's all canvas. Yeah, so everything is just being written to a canvas. let's look at the Kaboom docs for like zoom level. Or like game size. Yeah, so you can specify a width and a height and a background color. So let's do that when we initialize our game. Nice. Nice. And then that makes it so that this little canvas is the actual size of our game. Great. So if we take that little canvas, now that it's that specific size, and we put it in the center, someone told me about this yesterday. Is it something like that? Yeah, look at that. Look how it's actually slightly easier to center with CSS Grid than Flexbox. Because with Flexbox, you need justify content center and item center, but with Grid, you can just say place content center. Pretty cool, pretty cool. But what if we also do this? What if we, so basically everything we do is going to be for 320 by 240, because like that's the size of like, I guess like a Game Boy screen. But what if we zoom? So we bring everything up by 3 times, like that. And now we have a game in the center of the screen. Yeah. But I guess I'm worried about this loading on like mobile, because but the thing is there a scale property on here? Oh, there is. I like that. It actually renders way better too. Awesome. Okay. We have ourselves a game full of grass, if you can tell. All right. Here we go. We're on our way. Also, I'm gonna make the body have a background of black. Nice. Nice. And then the game will have, I mean, we're gonna have tiles everywhere, but maybe we just have like a default, can I do a string here? Yes, I can. And Gordon, thanks for the resub. It doesn't like that. Apparently we need RGB. What is an RGB for gray? Anybody? Anybody? 125, 125, 125. Nice. Okay. Perfect. Now, let's design our levels, I think. So, we'll get rid of the bag, the key, and the ghosty. We're just dealing with like the actual level itself. So anywhere that references bag, I guess bag could potentially be like a cat. Cat. You bet I could just do this? Not quite. Not quite. All right, and then where's the key used? I guess the key will represent as the items that we need to pick up. And then our level is not to the aspect ratio, so let's get that working, and then we'll set an hour timer. So it basically took us an hour to even just get set up, but from here we can actually start working on the game logic and everything. How many is this? I'm gonna replace the word key. It's just for now. That's their example of a thing that you can collect from within the game. So if we have a level like that, I was just trying to see how many across is it. Yeah. Cool. It's this many. And then how many down is it? Great. we we have the size of our level here. It is drawing it off by one. Yeah, so I think it's using the padding. Maybe. um, yeah, I like that idea too. If we get like a nice colored blue, actually we'll just use let's use this color so that it matches our tile set. Um, I need to convert that to RGB. The only way I know how is to plug it in on this site. Here, and then RGB 75, 109, 100. It's happening. We're in the water. Okay. And now we should find a tile that we should find one of these like grass edge tiles. So let's look at all of the tiles we have available and find the one that goes on the edge. It is so hard to see. There's got to be a better way, right? But if we do tile 60 as grass instead, see what that looks like. Not quite. I guess the issue is for the side ones, for the left side, we need tile 62. And then also, I actually want it to be this color. Did I not do it? My battery's gonna die. Oh, ask ChatGPT for the RGB. ChatGPT has been pretty slow lately. Okay. I guess we can look at the overall tile sheet to get a better idea of what we're looking at. Like, which one do I want for the edges? Probably like these. Or even this. Tile 0 for the blank tile. Um, about tile 32? Not quite. Break the hex into a number. Okay. Good to know. $34? Is that what it is? Like, somebody help me out. Like, what is the best way to like look at these tiles? Okay, so I just don't have a good idea of what these tiles actually look like because I'm not zoomed in. I need some kind of like tile picker to decide what to use. That works. But then it zooms out. I like that one. Okay, so tile 62 will be we have to find all of the edges, but tile 62 is at least the left edge. Like that. And then this will be the color. And then we have to choose a different tile for the top, the bottom, and the right, and I guess and the corners to make it look right. Okay. It's been an hour. It's been an hour. I'm gonna give myself like 30 more minutes to just like orient. Not 30 hours, 30 minutes to just get everything set up. And then once we have the levels and the sprites, then we'll say we have an hour to do the actual game logic. Okay, 30 hours, yeah, no big deal. Is that right? Cool. I guess the other thing is we kind of want like we want an empty space tile. Can I do something like this? Floor, maybe? And then if we add a tile for the floor. Because my timer doesn't have a... I just built it yesterday. It doesn't have an alarm yet. Yeah, let's see what this does. That's what I was expecting. But now you can't see yourself moving because the ground is the same color as the person sprite. But this is what I would expect to see because now everything is like grass by default, except for the edges. Cool. All right, let's find the other tiles that we need. So basically, instead of grass, we're going to have left edge. And that's tile 62. And then we need right edge. I think it would have been done left to right. So like left to right each row. It still kind of doesn't help that much, but yeah. So right edge, top edge, bottom edge. And technically we need all four corners too. That's a lot of sprites. I guess this is why people use maps to do this. Left corner. right corner. Top left corner, top right corner, bottom right corner, bottom left corner. Edge. This is so much. This is so much. It's okay. I mean, once we figure out what they are, it should be easy enough to map them. May I suggest a JSON file with a for loop? This is really messy. Yeah, but I still need to find the images. Oh, you're right. We could define this as like a list of objects with like a name and a tile, or in like a sprite name and an image name. Okay, I'm not opposed to that. Let's write the code to do it. We will do it easily, like so. Easy. 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 So now that we have that, for each one, we load it. Is this really any better? Because we still had to. Yeah, I guess technically then we could name every single one. But now we can say load sprite with sprite.name and sprite.url, like that. Yeah, and then we can put this in a separate file. But what we need to do right now is we need to actually figure out what each of these are. So we have the left edge, which is 62. Right edge is going to be 60. And then water, I guess, is 61. Then we have to go to the next row. Top edge 73. Next row. Is that even right? Oh well, let's figure out how we're gonna do this. So what character do we use to represent the now we have to come up with a whole encoding thing. It's gonna take a while because like each one of these we now let's just see if we got the left and the right correct. Let's just see if we got the left and the right. And yeah, I mean, can I do two things like right edge and left edge? So is that what I called them? Right edge, left edge. Unexpected sprite source for bottom right corner edge. Oh, you're right. You're right. image. All right, it loads, but I don't think we can use 2 characters in in the level map. We have to come up with like a special character. So all these will just be L, and all these will just be right, R for right. But we're gonna have to come up with a bunch more abbreviations for like all the other tiles. Yeah. Okay, we're closer. Look, our left and the right, they look good. Now we need the top and the bottom. I like curly braces because then it's like it's like encapsulating it. Did I do that wrong? Yeah, I did it wrong. Well, in here. Great. Yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad. But now we need to find the top and the top and the bottom. If we look at the yeah, I like that. I underscore for bottom or something like that. Let's look at the original tile image. We just found these and these. Wait. How the corners aren't going to work unless we like flip the image. Right? What's up, Codex? I'm in a bit of a pickle. trying to figure out this sprite image and trying to load it onto a game map. Is it good? I'm trying to. Okay, so which one of these tiles would work for the top right corner? None of them. They're inner corners, and I'm outer corner. I have to find it. Let me describe. So we need a tile where there's water on the outside and grass on the inside, and it's a corner like the left. If we look at this, this would work if we flipped it. Right? So this one, because it's inner. This one? Oh, the little circle in the pond below. You're right. It would be that little island. Okay. Now, how on earth are we going to find that island? Is this it? Yeah, this is it. Tile 96 is the left edge. Or the left corner edge. Bottom left corner edge, 96. Okay, so with all of this work, I am more and more convinced that we just do it in tiled. But I guess the issue is we need to be able to load different levels, because when you go into a house, that's also going to be a different level. Did I look at it wrong? Well, that would be bottom left. So yeah, I'll look at that ASCII table in just a second. But now we need to reference bottom left corner edge. And we'll just do the letter L for the bottom left corner. Nice. That seems to work. Look at it. Okay, we're on our way. We're on our way. And then that will be the bottom right corner edge is 97. What's a backwards L? I guess there is an ASCII code for that, isn't there? 185 tiles. We're not going to use all of them. I'm hoping that we we just pick the ones that we need. Okay, so he's a right bracket. That's fine. This is what I was looking for. I know there's ASCII codes for. Yeah, look at these. Look at all these symbols. Like that one. We didn't do that right. Oh well, I just need to change the name to right. It's happening, everyone. One tile at a time. It's happening. Okay. Then the next row will have the top. That the one? '84 and '83. You all caught it. Wow, that's amazing. Is that it though? Yes, it is. Okay. Top left corner 83, top right corner 84. All right. We will add them. We will pick their ASCII codes. Which I have so many options. Which one of these do I use? I guess I'll just use that one. So this is going to be top, top, just start over and build a level editor. I think here's the fun thing is we could encode this. We could describe this to ChatGPT and ask ChatGPT to generate a level for us. I've done it wrong. Okay, we're off by one. The top right corner edge, that needs to be this one. And this one. Nice. All right. Tile number 12? Line number 12. That's definitely not it. If we look in the original sprite image, we want this one right here, which is going to be our top tile. The city is on an island. This is what I'm thinking of. the whole city is within that square, and there's going to be a bunch of little houses that you go into, and then when you go into a house, it will change the level to be inside the house. This is bottom. Bottom is 49. I'm fine with the equal sign as the bottom edge. It's happening. It's happening. And then we're like 4 rows down to find the top edge. Change Finder's view to large icons. Oh, you're totally right. And then I asked somebody earlier. I was like, "What's the best way to do this?" Because like, I'm dying here. Like, I cannot see these tiles. We've done it. Thank you, Octagon. I was like, "Oh, does anybody have an idea of how we're gonna do this?" Oh, the other thing is, if we do it exactly the number of rows as the tile sheet, then it'll just work. How many across is it? Well, we don't need any of these other things anymore. What's up, Acid Bro? Welcome in. 73. 73 is the top tile. Easy. Easy. Oh, we already found that. I already found the top edge. I just need to specify it. And then dash is going to be the top edge. Ta-da! We made a map. Use the ASCII box drawing characters. How's this different than a dash, though? Okay, let's get a Pikachu on the map and then go from there. But let's also change the background color. The issue is like the sprite. Like if we choose this color for the water, there's gonna be like a slight line. Here, check it out. One, two, three, 2, 2, 3, 2, 4, 2. Well, it doesn't match the tile watercolor is the issue. Four B, 6D, 64. Or E? Everybody's just pasting hex codes in the chat. Let's try it. We're gonna try this one first. I'm okay with that. I mean, you can see the difference, but like that's the tile color. You know, you're totally right. Honestly, check this out. And then we don't have to worry about it. Easy. This is what we want. Yeah. Because the issue, like, honestly, like, we could edit the tile, but the issue is the edge of these, like, this tile here, has like this dark color. It has that dark color. So even if we set the background to be that color, there's going to be like a solid line all around the map too. "4B 6D 64." See? It's like slightly too dark. Oh. Am I looking at the wrong color here? I think I am. No, see, it's because it's that. 4B 6D 65. I'm not gonna worry about it. This seems fine. It's really annoying, but I'm not gonna worry about it. Is this thing not working correctly? Because, like, look, I'm setting it to that color, 4B 6D 64. But it's 43 62 5B. Yeah, the issue with black is the map is slightly offset. So the top doesn't have as much as the bottom. Oh well. Oh well. That's better. It's better. We do need to move on. Okay. First of all, we need a 16 by 16 Pikachu. Let's find one. I mean, will it load it into a 16 by 16? Also, it would be nice if the Pikachu animated while we were moving him, because otherwise he's just going to float around the map. I didn't even think about that. All right, MVP is Pikachu just floats around the map. This one. I need it to be a 16 by 16 though. I guess I can resize it. Sprite map? I guess I was looking at the sprite sheet. That's cool. This is great, actually. I like this because it feels less copyrighted. Let's download it. Oh, wow. It's another sprite sheet. Do I have to go back to a sprite cutter and, like, grab one of these? I guess, There's got to be a way to have like an animated sprite. Just deal with it. Let's see. I feel like, yeah, so I feel like Kaboom you should be able to give it a sprite sheet and then it knows to like cycle through them. So, well, yeah, like that guy. See how that guy is moving up and down? Yeah, something like this. Load sprite atlas. And then does that give us access to a sprite? Yeah. This should be easy enough though. So let's do something like this. Load sprite atlas sprites slash Pikachu dot png. Slash Pikachu. We'll put him in here. What are his dimensions? 112 by 16. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 112 divided by 7 is 16. So there's 16 of them. Okay, so we will call him Pikachu. He starts at 0, 0. He's 16 pixels wide and 16 pixels high, and we're going to slice it into 7? No, yeah, and 7, slice X, 7. And then his idle animation is what? All right, we're still getting set up. This is taking forever, but it's cool. I think we're learning some stuff. Yeah, you're totally right. So the width is 112, the full width. So from 0 to 2 is the idle animation. And then he has like the turn animation, which we'll do. So this should give us Pikachu, and if we choose the idle animation, he'll just be like moving there. So where did Pikachu go? Oh, he was this page that I closed, didn't he? This one. I wanted to look at how Kaboom is doing this animation. So in the code we've got hero, and then we specify the hero. We specify what we want with the animation. So in this case, instead of specify, so the $sign is the key, @ is the bean, who is the player. So instead, we want Pikachu to be the player. So when you see an @ sign, it will be Pikachu with the idle animation. All right, moment of truth. Nice, except he has a background color. Oh no, he doesn't. Look at this. We got a Pikachu. We can move him around too. So, or make him move faster. Pikachu. I don't know what we're picking up there. Pikachu. Okay. So now let's update our map. So what is the A? The A represented. It's gone. Doesn't matter. We want our map to have nothing on it. The @ sign is the Pikachu. The $sign is the key. Yeah, we'll just remove everything else. So for now, it's just Pikachu on the map. Great. Yeah, let's clean this up too. So, can't access on collide. Player is undefined. What did I do? What's going on over here? he goes behind the. Oh, wait. That's really weird. Equal is bottom edge and it's solid. Yeah, so the issue is if I remove the key, then the game doesn't. Oh, the game is okay with that. Because those tiles are added afterwards, our Pikachu is behind them. We need to fix that. Oh, and then the other thing is because Pikachu starts on that tile, there's no there's no grass tile behind them. I don't know how to fix that. That's just gonna be a bug. Well, and Stoddy, thank you for the prime. Keep going. I appreciate that. I'm gonna keep going. Because at this point, we just need to add some. We need to add some houses. We need to add some houses to the map that Pikachu can walk into. Let's do that. Let's do that. Now, I do believe. There are some buildings. I don't know if they take up a single tile though, like these, yeah, like this. These are the little houses that you can walk into. I guess the issue is, they also don't have a background to them. But okay, so let's add a bunch of houses. Yeah, I think we need like tiles on top of tiles. Maybe we can figure out how to do that in a second. Okay. We want the house sprites, which is going to be an array. I'm just going to specify the names of the tiles as strings, and then we'll iterate over it. So 194 is the first house. Um, 206 is another one. Uh, 218 is another one. 240? Oh no, then it's missing its roof. I guess there's just 3 of them. That's fine. And then for each of these, we add it. But we just append the index. So, we'll say house 0, house 1, house 2. like that. So yeah, house 0, 1, and 2 will get put in multiple random locations on the map. So let's do that. We need to specify, and I guess those will be similar to a door, but we'll call it a house. And so like house 0 will literally be 0. Let's just do that. So 0, 1, and 2 is 0, 1, 2. And then just to test it, we can put them in a few random locations on the map. And they should show up, and we shouldn't be able to collide with them. Look at that. It's happening, everybody. We got ourselves a little house. A little house that we can walk into. It's great. Yeah. Now we can get into. Okay, first of all, let's fix the fact that you disappear at the bottom of the map. You know what? One, I know a fix for this. If we just put Pikachu, he always starts in the bottom right. Then we only have to put a tile behind him. Right? Now all we need is a tile that goes behind him. Is there a way to merge multiple tiles in a level? Load the initial map first, then add the player afterwards. I like that. I like that idea. And then, like, if it's the beginning of the game, we add them here. Okay. So we add the level. Where here? So after we add the level, we add the player sprite. Do we define the where will that put them? Let's see. It puts them over there. Player.move is not a function. Swimming in the water. So yeah, in the example from the docs, they specify the position. So I guess we could put them in the top left corner. So like 16, I guess let's just try 16, 16. Oh, they got my name right? Is that from ChatGPT? ChatGPT used to just insert a random name when you asked it about Coding Garden. It was like hosted by someone completely random. That's awesome. All right, let's go 16, 16. See what it gives us. Which one? Maybe it was a copy paste error. I need to get rid of all these extra tabs. Okay, so we want 32, 32. Nice. So yeah, now he starts top left every time. He can't collide with the houses. Great. Great. Citations? What? Citations? What? What are you talking about? Okay. This is good. I think we're at a point where we can start working on the actual game logic. Oh, it's a citation. I see. At the same time, what should I call these? Because these are citations. This is where I got the assets from. They're not references. What are these? Credits. 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 That's the word I was looking for. Okay. So now we can do player on collide with house. So in the code up here, when we added house 0, 1, and 2, we gave it the label of house. And so whenever you collide with a house, we could go to the level that represents that house. So we could potentially randomly generate them, but let's just let's define one really quick. That is we're going to define what it looks like inside of a house. Let's do something like we'll create a variable for house levels. And we need to find the tiles that will represent the edges of a house. Now, I don't know, does this tile set come with anything that would be considered like indoor? We might have to go grab another tile set. Because this is all outdoor. We need like a wooden floor. Okay, let's find another tile set in the similar style. Potentially, this person has others, weapons. Just using some backgrounds that could work. I just don't know how I'm gonna load it into the Kaboom map. But what I was thinking is like the moment you enter a house. But the moment you enter a house, the level changes to be inside of that house. That's really what I was thinking. Let's search itch.io to see if we can find some simple assets for inside of a house. Like this. Check it. Thank you, QSF. This is kind of perfect. Are they 16 by 16? Yeah, so I think they were being very like whenever they open the dialogue, they are very specific about height and padding. We're gonna need to adjust all of that. Let's see. These are 32 by 64. Is that the size of the pixels? Let's see. Thank you for the focus mode, Dr. Phantom. We're gonna find some assets, get them loaded, and then we're ready to write the game logic. At this point, we don't have it's all been set up to just get the level drawn, the character that can move around. Once we can draw what it looks like inside of a house, we can start actually writing the game logic, which is we need to collect 3 different items. Whenever you when the game starts, the houses render in a random location. I guess the other thing is we might not even do random location. We could literally have just rows and rows of houses, and every single one will have different stuff inside of it. Yeah, I was looking at this earlier. I'm gonna keep searching itch.io though. Yeah, 16 by 16. RPG? Game assets. 16 by 16. This one is 16 by 16. Modern interiors. Yeah, this is sick. Is it free? It costs money. How much is it? $3. Oh they have name your own price. Okay. Is this gonna work? All right, let me just download it to see what's inside. Modern interiors free. Let's do it. Yeah, let's see what we get for free. Yeah, hopefully it's enough. Interiors. Oh, there's also characters. Wow. Well, we don't want the characters, though. We just want the interiors. 16 by 16. It's a sprite sheet that we're going to need to split up. Room builder. And then interiors. Oh, there's so much. There's so much. I don't know what's what. I don't know what's what. Does Pikachu really need to go inside buildings? It's part of the game, like, because basically you need to go to different levels to be able to collect the items. You're fixing the other. So, what other one? Did you give me a link to a different one? Did I miss it? The ones that were 32. Oh, the one that that was linked originally. What is it? What, like this one? I guess that's the other thing is like you can see behind the the houses, they they don't have a tile behind them. So we actually want to do a similar thing where we add the houses in a random location after the whole map has loaded. Last try. I mean, the one that we found wasn't horrible. Yeah, this is like a dungeon though. But I think the one we found was pretty good. It just seemed this seems a little overwhelming. Like I don't know which tile is what, or like what to use as the edges and the floor. Um, with this one, I think it'll make sense because these are those tiles are the edges, and then we can like use that floor. But really quick, we're gonna write the code that adds the houses to the map. I honestly kind of like the idea of just rows and rows of houses. Like, what if we literally have all of these houses and all of these houses and all of these houses and all these houses, and you have to go into every single one to potentially find the items that you're looking for. So we could do that programmatically. Like, let's say we have like 1, 2, 3. We have like 5 rows of houses. Yeah, we're making a little Pikachu game. Yeah, so we have 5 rows, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so like 10 houses per row. Let's just see what this looks like. And then for each one, we're gonna add at random one of these houses. And so this will be this. Times 3. So this will give us 0, 1, or 2. And then the house name is just going to be the house random house index. So we can say house name. And then here we're going to add it to the thing and specify the position. So let's say our starting position in the X is 64, and our start in the Y is 64. We'll draw the first one at 64, 64. And then we'll increase by 32 for each house. So we'll say start X plus equals 32. And then for every row, we increase by 128. Let's just see what happens. And then at the start of every row, we start back at 64. Let's see what happens. That's not bad. Okay, so because this is what I was thinking of, and so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, roughly 7 across instead of 10. What's 64 minus 16? 48. So we should start at 48, 48. Nice. And then, so that draws them, And then we'll just increase the Y by 32. Yeah? Look at all these houses. Might be a few too many. Actually, let's do the start X at I like it at 64. And we just want 6 of them. Yeah. And we'll increase by 64 instead of 32. What's 32 plus 16? 48? Yeah, I like that. And then we'll just have 3 rows. 4 rows. But we start at 32? Yeah, like that. It's perfect. We could probably do one more house. One less house. Yeah, this is fine. This is totally fine. Here are the sprites. I know it's not centered, but our map is like slightly off. I'll put some items over here so that it's not, so that it makes sense for it to not be centered. Resize to 16 by 16. All right. Let's see what she got. Okay. Today is just not the day to do this in under an hour, but you know, it's okay because we're making progress. I'm actually pretty happy with this this little village that we just created. So, it's fine. It's fine. Nice. Yeah, thanks, Bob. Thanks for doing this. Okay, so we need a way of building all of the the edges. So this is fine. So this is the tile set that we're using. And basically we want to recreate this, like this little area right here. So let's do a similar thing that we did earlier with all of the edges. We're going to call these, we're going to rename these to edge sprites. Because we're going to have a similar array for house sprites, or like house edge. House edge sprites. And we're going to need to find all the tiles, the exact same number of tiles to do this. Put the characters in an array. I don't know what you mean, but we can combine the work of loading both of these. Now, let's find the tiles that we need. So, top left corner. Is it possible you exported these without transparency? Maybe not. Okay, so tile 20 is going to be the left edge. Left edge. So what's the path here? So we go... let's rename this folder. Just going to call this house. House/tiles/tile 20. Cool. And then the right edge is tile 18. This doesn't seem to work out though, right? Because like if this is the... Where is this tile? I guess is it just solid colored? Like where's our top edge? Like this would be bottom edge. Tile 3 is bottom edge. Yeah, but we need the opposite of this to be the top edge. Oh, there it is. 35. It's like, where is it? All right, so we've got left, right, top, bottom. I need to make sure they're in the right path. And then the left corner is this. Okay, so these are the corners then. Right corner is tile 32. Top right corner, 32. Top left corner, 33. Bottom left corner, 17. And bottom right corner, 16. All right, that didn't take that long. we figured it out. Now those sprites are available. And whenever we're building a house, I think we're gonna have the same. We can have basically like this same logic here, but instead we load the house sprite. So we'll just hold on to that because here I can just say add levels with house levels. For now, we're gonna hard code to 0. We do need to rename the sprites though. And eventually, I guess we will have a door eventually too. So we need to prepend the name house to all of these house edge sprites. We could do it programmatically, but I'm just gonna do it in the array. Dog named Bird, thank you for the prime. Welcome in. Appreciate you. All right, so now they all have house on them. And then similarly, when we're adding a house level, then it's going to be these. Cool. And I don't know about the door yet. But let's find the floor sprite. So the floor, let's get this like nice wooded floor here. Which one's that going to be? Tile 48. So we want the house floor. Number 48. And then when you load a house and you see this, we want the house floor sprite. That's it. And for now, we won't add the houses because we're gonna pretend we're inside of a house. Watch it. First try. Nice. Well, we have to fix the corners. But this is what it will look like whenever you walk into a house. Basically, you'll get transported to this level, and then there'll be a door you can walk out, which takes you outside the house. Great. We did something wrong though. Oh yeah, I didn't specify the right path. So these need to be house tiles. Nice. So when you go into a house, it'll look like this, and then when you walk out of a house, someone warned me, but when you walk out of the house, it will be the outside, like this, and like this. Yeah. So instead of showing that this thing, now it'll actually transport you to the level whenever you walk into it. I think we're ready to write the game. This is everything, right? So we potentially and see you later, Stotty. Thank you for hanging out. We need to find some sprites for all of the things that we can intercept in the game. But this is basically the setup, right? You get dropped onto the map with all of the houses. You choose a house to go into, and it will have random items inside of it. And when the game starts, it'll tell you what random items that you're looking for. Yeah, just a quick 3-hour setup. No problem. Great. I guess the other, like, if we do want this to be centered and lined up, let's think about this really quick. If we increase by 16, then there'll be, you have so many houses that you could go into. What if we increase by 8? No. 16 plus 8? Yeah. That's better. That feels like slightly more centered, right? Right? 16 plus 8 is 24. Remove a column. Oh, you're right. We would want to go 7 to make it even. And then what if we start at 128? 64 plus 32, 96. $64 plus 8 instead of 16? You know, I know the actual width of the thing. 80 is the winner. Yes, look at that. We have ourselves a little level here. It's great. It's great. And they should be, yeah, the houses are like randomly chosen on every render of the game too. Okay. If you all could help me out while I'm writing the logic for the game, I need things that Pikachu can collect within the game. So what we have on the list right now is we need a cactus, some kind of bowl with dip in it, a soccer ball, a dinosaur toy, and we also need a kitten sprite as well. And then maybe some kind of sprite related to Linus Tech tips. Maybe if you find one of these rooms, it'll have Linus's big head in the center of it, and like he gives you a free item or something like that. Pikachu is collecting garbage? No, he's collecting items. He's collecting items. Um okay. Yeah, one person's garbage is Pikachu item. So if somebody who's gonna try to do this? Will the houses re-render again? No, so basically we have to write the logic where the first time the game loads, we instead of we basically choose where the houses are going to be and we hold on to that. So that way when we leave a house, we re-render it in the same way. Yeah, because we don't want it to be random every time. It's basically random when the game starts, but not every time you go into a house or exit a house. Okay. Okay. I think at this point I can get rid of the ghost and the bag. And the steel and the bean. Now all this other stuff is gonna break though, because I need to get rid of it. Well, doesn't seem to care about that. Okay, who's gonna look for assets for me? We don't need multiple people doing it, but if one person is gonna do it, you get the assignment. And I think like for now, we can just put. I don't know. We can put these little chests. This will be our placeholder. Like tile 147 is gonna be our item. So item. Honestly, I think it makes sense for it to be a chest because you have to go into the chest to reveal that you just got a thing. And then let's see what that looks like. So we add an item at 64, 64. Yeah, like that. So you walk up to it and it says, you received a cactus. And then it gets added to your inventory. All right. I'm exhausted, but we have everything we need to make this game. Now it's just a matter of logic. It's just a matter of like what happens when things collide. How do we keep track of the inventory? Those kinds of things, and also like switching levels, which we can handle. But because I've been coding for like 2.5 hours, I want to take a quick break before we actually implement the game logic. I know some of you are like, just do it, but I need to set a good example. I need to take a break. So we're gonna take 10 minutes to pause. I don't know if you want to do that, Fob, because someone might find that link and upload some weird stuff. Lock it down. Close the link. Like I don't want anybody putting weird stuff on your server. I think if you have images, Imager is probably like the easiest place to upload it. Okay. Is everyone okay with that, or are people just like this? That's the worst. You shouldn't take a break. Keep on coding. 10-minute break. And during the break, what's a break? We'll do some coloring. Or we'll open Pokemon cards. Honestly, it would be fun to open Pokemon cards. I haven't done it in a while, and we're talking about Pikachu today, so that's what we could do. But here, I'll do a poll of what we're going to do during the break. Open Pokemon cards. Color a map of Europe. Those are your options. You got a minute to vote. What do you want to do? Create these using stable diffusion? We want pixel art though. If you ask it to do pixel art, like 16-bit pixel art, see what it gives you. Destroy my health for your entertainment. I've already done that. Which is why I can't do it anymore. All right, it's a tie, which means we'll open 2 packs of cards and we'll color 2 countries on the map. And then when I'm done with that, we'll get back to coding. So let's take a break. I need to fix this camera real quick. Test, test. Hello? Oh, this camera's struggling. I need to reset it. See you later, Fob. Thank you for splitting up that image for me. Seems fine. This is what we're gonna open up. Yeah, I used up my free trial on Midjourney. Oh, a new version came out? That's cool. That's cool. Let me change my category. You're right, Alka. I need to do that. But yeah, we're gonna open up Crown Zenith. This is the latest special set. There's a more recent set, but this is a special set. So special sets in Pokemon, the products only have that set inside of them. So when we open this up, we're only gonna see Crown Zenith packs. Like this. And so this is known as an ETB, an Elite Trainer Box. And it comes with how many packs? Let's count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 packs. And what else do we get? We get some sleeves. We get some separators and a Lucario promo card. Ooh. Very nice. You also get poison and burn damage markers and a V-Star marker. And some dice. So that's fun. We're just going to open up 2 packs, though. I play the digital game. I've tried to play in person before, but the one game shop I found near me just gets packed, and it's not very fun because there's just so many people there playing for like pre-release events. But I do play sometimes at home. But we can see what we what we could potentially get out of these packs. So, well, apparently there's a Charizard in here. That's fun. 2 different Charizards: Charizard V, Charizard V-Star, and a Radiant Charizard. Are these reprints? Yeah, I guess some of these are reprints. Some of these were actually in a previous Sword and Shield set, but since this is a special set, it looks like they reprinted some of the competitive cards. Like Leafeon was a pretty competitive card for a while. But what is really nice is if you get towards the back of the set, the really rare cards. I mean, any of these would be cool too. Yeah, these are all reprints. These were from like Evolving Skies and stuff. But yeah, look at the back of the set. Look at these cards. Full art trainers, like these. And then you also have the Galarian Gallery, maybe is what they call it. But you have like this cool looking Pikachu. And all these. So it would be really cool if we got one of these. And then you have the ultra rare Galarian Gallery, which is also cool stuff. Here we go. So this is a code card. You use it in the online game. And typically it might spoil it if you look at the back, because so they put these cards into the packs so that people can't weigh the packs. These are of various weights, to prevent people from weighing the pack to like see if there's good cards inside of it. But also this has a code on it that you can use. And if you see a black border, typically that means that it's going to be a good card. But this set is a special set, so every single card has a black border. So that actually tells us nothing. And then the way this pack comes out of here is the back 4 cards are an uncommon cards and an energy. And then this card is the rare card. So this is our shot at like the Charizard V or V-Star. And then the card in front of that, this one, that's a shot at one of those Galarian Gallery ones. But we turn it over, we have the energy. Here we go. Ultra Ball. Friends and Hisui. Lost Vacuum. Emolga. Yanma. Ponyard. Kricketot. Chateau or Chatot, Reverse Hollow Execute, and a non-hollow Blossom. So that one didn't have anything too special. If this one doesn't have anything too special, we'll open another one. I want to get at least one good thing. So again, code card off, 4 from the back. That's our rare. Here we go. Energy Switch. I guess this set is cool because they reprinted a lot of competitive cards. And also so Energy Switch and Ultra Ball, they have a new regulation marker. So all of these cards have regulation marker F, which means they're legal for standard play. And if these had not gotten reprinted, when they rotated the sets, you wouldn't have been able to use those cards anymore. Krokorok, Ultra Ball, Young Goose, Cherubi, Starly, Switch, Execute. Oh, this is cool. Hisuian Zorark V-Star. What is happening in here? Wow. Zorark? That's a Pokemon? Yeah. I'll show you in the book what it usually looks like. That's sick. And so this is the Galarian. So this is the second to the last one, because this is if you look in the bottom left here, it says GG. I believe that stands for Galarian Gallery. And then for the rare, oh, sick! A Hollow Energy card. I didn't know that these were in the set. And it's textured. I don't know if you can see this, but there's also, it's not just holographic. There's like a nice texture on it too. Like if you compare it to, so this is known as reverse holographic. You can see it has a pattern. So you see like the psychic energy, but this one, oh, look at a certain angle. It's literally a leaf. You see it? That's sick. Yeah, this was a good pack. But we can look in here to see what Zorark looks like when it's not special. There's Zeraora. Is Zorark... Hisuian? Oh, he's colorless. The normal Zorark might not be in the set. It's not. But yeah. So we'll look this up to see how much it's worth. I have no idea, but the fact that we got two pretty decent cards means I guess actually it doesn't mean anything. But typically there's not a bunch of ultra rare cards in an ETB. So these might be some of our best pools. Yeah, let's look at the price. $30. That's awesome. That's actually really good. That's great. Wow. Yeah, so TCG Player is a marketplace. Basically, people sell their cards here, and that's how you determine what a card is worth at any given point in time. So on here, you can see the sales history. People, I mean, it's trending down. You can see that people have paid 24, 22, 20. And then you can also see what are for sale. So the other thing about the marketplace, though, is like you typically want to purchase from someone that has a good reputation. So like the entire first page here is everyone that has like under 1,000 sales. So a lot of times they have to sell the card for lower so that they can build up their reputation. But if you look at some of the more reputable shops, it's about $25. So yeah. Cool. I'm curious how what the energy is worth. So I made this site. It actually like scrapes the prices. So it's like really easy to search. This energy card is worth $3. That's crazy because it's holographic. That those two cards like almost paid for the entire box. So it's like a $50. I guess not quite. It's a $50 box to get 10 packs with all that other stuff. But those two cards alone are like almost $30. Cool. That's exciting. Thanks for experiencing that with me, everyone. Um, all right, we'll do a quick coloring book, and then we'll get back to coding. Any plans on streaming playing Pokemon someday? Possibly. I just haven't found the time to do these things. Like, I want to potentially do more leisurely streams, so it would be fun to like play the online TCG game on stream. Yeah. Yeah, so in like they've done reprintings, right? So there was uh, a set called Celebrations. It was the 25th anniversary. I'll show you the cards in there. Um, and so they reprinted a bunch of cards over the years of Pokemon. So if you look at Celebrations, specifically the classic collection, they actually reprinted like original base set, um, Blastoise, Charizard, Venusaur, um, and then various other cards from throughout the years. They reprinted them as like this glitter holofoil. So this was cool. I mean, but the only ones from the base set were this Blastoise, Charizard, and Venusaur. Actually, uh, I have this complete set. I want to show it to you. Let me show it to you. targeting. Yeah, I think. Well, that's the whole thing. So like the entire idea of Pokemon is like to get people to want to collect them all. Which is capitalism, right? Like you want is essentially buy them all. I don't know. So this is the celebration set, and they essentially the base set of celebrations was like I don't know if it's almost every legendary Pokemon is in the base set. And you can see it's the 25th anniversary. So you've got Ho-Oh, Reshiram, Kyogre, Palkia. And then this was really cool. They reprinted the base set Pikachu, but as full art. So that was cool. And then also, so you might have seen like the old Flying Pikachu and Surfing Pikachu. They reprinted them as like full art V cards, which was pretty cool. And you got Zekrom, Mew, Xerneas, Cosmog, Cosmoem, Lunala, Zacian V, Groudon, Zamazenta, Yveltal, and Dialga. And then Solgaleo, Logia, Professor's Research, Full Art Professor's Research, and then you get into the Classic Collection. So these were like in a special slot in the pack, and these are all of the reprints. This wasn't in the Classic Collection, but it's a gold Mew. It's part of this set. And then you have Blastoise, Charizard, and Venusaur, but you can see they're reprinted with this like first of all they have the 25th anniversary, and they have Sparkle stuff. What's up, Heck? Thank you for that resub. But the Classic Collection, all of these were like rarer to pull, but you have like a reprint of Imposter Professor Oak, Dark Gyarados, Here Comes Team Rocket, Rocket Zapdos, Birthday Pikachu, Cleffa, Shining Magikarp, Groudon, Rocket Admin, Mew EX, Gardevoir EX, Umbreon, Claydol, Luxray, Level X, Garchomp, Donphan, Reshiram, Zekrom, Mewtwo EX, Xerneas EX, Rayquaza EX, Tapu Lele GX, and then these are promos. So essentially all of these were reprinted. I guess whenever the 25th anniversary was, last year or the year before. But they all represent different eras of Pokemon. Like this is first generation, and then a lot of these other ones were like used a lot in competitive play throughout the years. So this was a cool set to collect because it's like 25th anniversary, kind of like the history of Pokemon. But what I'll also show you is a set that came out in 2016 called XY Evolutions. And this was essentially like a reprint of base set. So you will recognize these. Well, some of these. Some of them are like pretty intense. But so like Caterpie from base set, but they reprinted it. You'll see if we look at the this symbol down here, you can tell that it's not from the original set. So this is a set known as XY Evolutions. So they reprinted it, including things like the new style of like holofoil and then like these ultra rares. So these are newer, but they were in that set. But you've got like Caterpie, Metapod, Weedle, Kakuna. These are the base set Pokemon just reprinted, and they have the reverse holo versions. So you got Beedrill, Tangela, Charmander, Charmeleon, and then look at all these Charizards. So that's the... Actually, we can compare the two. So this is the Charizard that was reprinted for XY Evolutions. You can see it has 150 HP, and then Fire Spin does 200 damage. But the holofoil pattern was very similar to like original base set Charizard. And then this is the one from Celebrations. You can see the holo pattern is different, and it has the original 120 HP and 100 attack. So two different versions. This is like from 2016. This is released... doesn't have the date on it, but like a year or two ago as the reprint. And I have the reverse holo version of it as well. But this XY Evolutions set, it got pretty expensive with when the hype came back for Pokemon. Celebrations came out in 2021. Wow, Wow. But yeah, this set used to be fairly cheap because it was reprinted in 2016 and like I think it was yeah, so it was reprinted for the um like 20th what? No, I guess it wasn't the 20th anniversary. I don't know. But you can see most of it is base set with like the reverse holo and then you've got all these ultra rares. But yeah, I have this set is complete except for a few reverse holos I still need. And then yeah, these are all my all my duplicates. But I'll also show you my cards from when I was a kid. I went back home to visit, and I found all of my old cards. So all of these, they look okay in the binder, but they're actually a lot of them are in like really bad condition when you actually pull them out. But all of some of these, like this is from Jungle. These are from base set. And I also had so when I was a kid, I lived in Germany. So some of these are in German. Like this Gyarados is in German. Drachenwut. Blubschall. And Magneton is in German. But like all these are from base set. Yeah, and then Ruckschukheib is quick attack for Flamara. But I do have some Charizards. It's not like I think I have like a maybe I have like a base set Charizard. Yeah, and then from like Gym Heroes. Anyone remember this? This was I believe they released this when the movie came out. And then yeah, these are like later. Yeah, so like base set 2. This Meowth is interesting because it was a promo card, but I as a kid I left it in the in the plastic, so that's still there. I feel like I had a Charizard in here somewhere. I thought, I might have separated it out. Yeah, all these are like Gen 1, Gen 2 cards. Yeah. Cool. All right. I guess we won't color just because we spent so much time looking at all of that. Let's write some code. Gen 2? Generation 2. Generation 2. Cool. Yeah, we could look really quick. See how much that Celebrations Charizard. Yeah, so that Charizard I showed you with the sparkle pattern, that's about $74. But if you look at XY Evolutions, which is the reprinted set from 2016, that Charizard I showed you is worth about $56. And you have the other ones as well. So, okay, if you're just joining us, we're making a game. It took us a while to get here, but essentially we have Pikachu on a map, and then Pikachu can walk around, and what we want to do now is to make the game work. So essentially when the game starts, you will have a list of 3 items that you need to find, and essentially you have to go into each one of these houses to find the items. Some of the houses will be completely empty, some of the houses will have items that you don't need, but you have to go to every one to find the house. And now we need to actually add all of that logic. So essentially we got all of this working with our tile layers and everything else. Now it's a matter of getting all of the interaction and stuff working. So let's get into it. First of all, we're going to clean up the code that we have. So we have all of our code that loads the sprite images. And like Pikachu who's walking around and stuff like that. And then we have a description of what it looks like inside of a house. And honestly, I'm just going to put this in a variable called like base level because we use this for the outside and the inside. So base level is this. And then we have our main scene, which loads this here. So our main scene loads. We don't have any characters. I'm just going to get rid of that. And then we don't need this array of levels because we're going to have other logic for that. Because now we have this base level which we can load. So when you go to the main scene, we're going to load the base level. This is how we load house. So we'll have another function that describes the house scene. But for now, we'll just leave all of that commented out. So the main scene describes all of the various sprites. And we actually don't need a door on the main scene, and we don't need a key on the main scene. We might not, I don't think we probably don't need this any either, because this was like, if it finds a random character, but essentially what we have is this represents all of the tiles. And then this is the code for when you see this is the tile that you need to draw, etc. So that should do that. We don't want an item on the main scene. And then on the main scene, we draw all of the houses. So right here, we're calculating where to put all of the houses. So this should work. And it does, but what we need to do is when the game starts, we need to store the locations and the types of sprite for all of these houses, because we don't want this to change every time you go into a house. So this here, we essentially need to calculate ahead of time. So we'll do that here. We'll say something like the houses is an array, and then instead of adding, we will just push into that array of houses. So now we have the specific info about how to add it to the map. And then whenever we go to the main scene, we'll just iterate over this array and add to the map. So we'll say houses map to add. So that adds them. But then if we were to go to a different scene and then come back to the main, we should keep the order and everything of all the houses. So I think that's all we needed for that. Easy. Okay, what else happens on the main scene? I think like all of this, which is the house stuff, this is going to go into another scene. So I'm going to pull all of this out. For now, just like down there, save it for later. And then this grabs the player. And if the player collides with a house, this is the only collision we need to care about on the main scene. Yeah, we did talk about kittens. We're not going to have any other characters. We're going to try to simplify this. So when the player collides with a house, then we're going to change to that house scene. So we'll say go to the house scene. And I'm curious, when we collide with the house, do we get any information about it so we can determine like which house have we collided with? So that way, every time you go to the same house, the same info will be there. Let's just log to see if we get data about the house that we collide with. So now it gives us an object ID. What's up, Itash? Welcome in. It gives us an object ID and I'm curious, does it have like tags on it? How can I identify? Um, what it is. Let's look at the Kaboom docs for collision. Ultimately, I need to know which house they collided with. Because right now, and see you later, Veeb. Thank you for hanging out. Right now, every one of the houses are marked as house, just house. So honestly, I guess if we put the house index on here, um, so let's say we specify houses.length -1. We get the game object, but I don't know if there's any like properties about it. This is kind of what I need, like the specific house that we collide with. And then we can iterate over all of the houses. Honestly, this is probably the better way to do it. Then we don't have to do any like weird naming. I think it is fine though, but basically, when you collide with the house index, we'll go to house scene with that given index. And we also need to call add add with that house. Okay. Now we actually don't need this dialogue thing. I want to move this because we'll potentially use something like that to specify when you come across an item, but for now, we don't really need it. Yeah, so this handles the player movement, and this handles when they collide. So we now need to define a scene for house. So when you go to a house, we get the house index. I believe, yeah, because it says go to house with the index of that house. And here is where we'll have this logic, which renders the house. Yeah, so house levels at the index. So essentially, what I think we can do is when we define all of the houses, we can like decide where the items are in that house. Do I still have house level? I don't have house levels anymore. For now, I can just pass in the base level. So render the house out using the house tiles. We'll have to render a door. Yeah, that seems fine. So now it should work so that whenever you whoa. We're doing dialogue somewhere. Where? Oh, yeah, we don't want this. For now, anyways. So now it should be you can walk around, but the moment you collide with a house, it goes into the house. Like that. However, that did not seem to work. Okay, let's try again though. Because yeah, you can't approach it from the side. But you can for some of them? That's weird. No, the houses are collidable. So each of these little houses is solid. Okay. Regardless, let's just get Pikachu added when we go to the house. So the house scene draws the house, and then we add Pikachu to the map. But I think I want to add them at the bottom because they just went into the house. So we can grab the player. Then we have to define movement again inside of the house. I guess we could refactor this. Something like player move scene. And then we can have a function player move scene that takes in the player and does this. So that way, when you're on the house level, we can do that. So now it should be that whenever you go into a house, speed is not defined. It'll get defined at the top level. So now when you go into a house, Pikachu shows up inside the house. But I want him to show up like at the bottom because we'll have like an entry doorway down there. So let's figure out where that is. I think the Y is going to be 320. What's up, Finder the Icewing? Welcome in. So this is the house scene. Let's do X of width divided by 2. And then the Y is 320 minus 64. Let's see what that does. Oh, he's he's way too far down. So the Y was, I think I got that wrong. 240 and then 320. Yeah, so he shows up there. The Y minus 32 should put him. $48. The collision is like really weird. Like I don't know why the collision from the right hand side doesn't work. I don't know if I'm gonna debug it though. Did we do 32? Yeah, this seems fine. He shows up inside the house. I think the one thing we want to do though is we do want to render a door there so that he can exit the house. So let's find a door sprite to use there. Do we just use a black square? Maybe we do that. So tile 19 is going to be the door. I'll look at 29 in a second. Yeah. Said 29? Is that it? Let's try it. No idea. Okay, so now that we have door, we need to render it in the way that we render a house. So when we come across something, we need to render door. And it won't be solid because you can walk into it, but when you walk into it, we will take you back to the main scene. And then what did they use? What did they use for door? That, a pipe. Pipe. Yeah, I guess apparently it does need to be solid. We'll just go with what they have. So, on the house, we render the door. But where do we render the door? We'll just say this. We'll say this is the base level, and then the house level is going to be the same thing. So we'll do base level dot slice, which will make a copy of the array. But then we'll say base level at the end will be this, but with a door in it. Like that. So now everything's broken. What's on line 153? What do you mean? What do you mean? Okay, so now when you go into a house, we need to render the house level now, not the base level. Because that has the door on it. Nice. So, apparently we're loading grass for the door. Yeah, we don't need to do that anymore. Yeah, that seems fine. All right, line 156 now. Oh, because it's the letter L. All of these others are characters. I didn't use an ASCII code here. It's literally the letter L, which is valid syntax. That's why I don't need double quotes. Okay. Now, when the player collides with the door on the house scene, we go to the main scene. Let's set that up. So this code right here, so we're on the house level, and when the player collides with door, we go to scene main. And we need to keep track of where Pikachu was before they went into the house, so that way we can put them back there. But for now, this should work. So now, if I go into a house, it's immediately colliding with the door, so it immediately goes to main, which tells me that we need to place Pikachu a little further up. And then now, nice. So I can go into a house, and then I can exit the house. The spacing is like slightly off though. Okay, needs to be shifted to the left. Nice. Okay. So what we should do now is before going to the door scene, we should hold on to Pikachu's location. So that way when he exits the house, he shows back up where he exited. Because right now we're just putting him top left corner every time. But when he goes into a house, he should come right out the door. Okay. So that code is up here. And we need to get the current location of Pikachu before going there and then like store it in some state variable up here. And inside our state, we could have like Pikachu, and it has an X and a Y. And so this isn't vanilla. We're using a thing called Kaboom.js. It's like a game framework. And right here, we're going to reference state.pikachu.x, and this is state.pikachu.y. And it starts off at 3232, and then whenever we disable the house player move to check where Pikachu is set. What do you mean? What do you mean? I'm curious, is data Pikachu? Welcome back, Fob. Let's just look at the docs. Well, I guess we already have player. So player should have like X and Y that we can reference and put it on the state. So this is our player. And then does it have a position, a location? Screen position. I don't think we want screen position. We want like game position? Position. Nice. Yeah, that. Okay, easy. So when we collide, we'll say state.pikachu.x equals player.position.x and y. Okay, now, moment of truth. I go into a house. I exit the house and I show up at the same spot. Nice. Yeah, okay, so the issue here is you can enter a house from the top. So you'll see that like I'm kind of in like a stuck position because the moment I exit the house, I'm entering the next one through the back. So would it be possible to only allow collision from one side? I think at this point I kind of need to set that up because otherwise you're going to exit one and immediately go into the other. But yeah. Yeah, and thanks, Cobbs. I have quite a few effects running inside of OBS and noise cancellation and a noise gate. So you'll see when I stop talking, it gradually lowers the volume. But there's actually a YouTube video I watched where someone did a rundown of a bunch of different OBS or a bunch of VSTs you can use inside of OBS. OBS microphone VSTs. I think it was Joe's Cave. Yep, this is it. So if you look at this video, he actually gives a rundown of all of the plugins. There's essentially like a limiter, an equalizer, a stereo thingy, but I just use that tutorial, that's all. Okay. I guess that's so the thing that you're mentioning is it moves fast, so we actually could lower the speed. Like if we half the speed, yeah, so now he doesn't move as fast. Player collides if position Y is less than handle collision from the top side. Okay, okay. Yeah, you can add a flag with exclamation mark flag and then your country code. That's all the info you should need. Hopefully, let me know if it's not. P. The thing is, when we add the house, yeah, the only thing I'm worried about here is how do I think this is the house. This is actually the house. So like, if house dot position dot and RPtron, thank you for the prime. We compare it to the player here. So if the player Y position on Clyde, do they have an example? So I don't have to think about the math. Let's just search the web. Kaboom JS only collide from bottom. Collision? Oh, target is what we collided into. Yeah, so that's correct then. So this is the house object here. Oh, collision. Is it just data.isBottom? Is that it? That's awesome. If that's it. That's not it. Okay, data.isBottom is okay. I need to figure out which do we. Where does this collision resolution data? So we need to look at on collide. On collide gives us the enemy, or in this case, the house. So data is the house. Let's look at the definition of on collide, because it takes the game object collision. Cool. So this, and this is the collision. And that we can say, is it the bottom? Easy. Duplicate argument names. That makes sense. Can't access property is bottom collision undefined. Collision is possibly undefined. So if collision induce this. Right, so this is the function I passed in, and I should get access to A, B, and then collision is possibly undefined. So why is collision possibly undefined? Oh, okay. Yeah, you're totally right. You're totally right. It's actually just this. We can keep that check. So I think it's now it's the opposite. Maybe actually no, that makes more sense. We only want the top of Pikachu to collide. So if his head butts into it, then it goes through. Yeah, so the top is the head. So is top? I don't know why he doesn't collide with that one, but he does collide with that one. But now, okay, that's it. That's it. So he can't go in through the bottom. He can go in through the top. Or sorry. Yeah, he can go in through the door. But he can't go in through the side. It's only if his head specifically collides. Perfect. Perfect. But why does the collision not work with this one? Oh, maybe it's the wrong name. How are we naming these? We are doing so houses at 0. That's what we want. Yeah, it was -1. That was it. Okay. We have ourselves a game, everybody. Look at us. We can go from house to house. It's the Pikachu scavenger hunt. Okay. Yes. Okay. So we're on our way. Beautiful. Awesome. Fantastic. Now what? Now when we go into a house, it needs to have randomly spawned items. I think the other thing is we kind of need to show, like, where do we show Pikachu's current inventory? Do we just do it off of the game canvas? Is there, I guess, do we have a do we have a keyboard shortcut that like pops the menu up? Maybe we do that. Let's look at how they did this dialogue code. They are adding a rectangle at the bottom that is black and above everything else. And then the text is currently empty, and then you can pass the text in. I see. I see. So, the code that they had earlier was basically, no, when I think a dialogue is fine, and we can have a key down. So like if you press I, that shows the inventory at the bottom of what you have. Yeah, I think this is fine because we also want messages. So like when you open up a chest, we want to see a little dialogue pop up that says, you got a banana or whatever you got out of the chest. So let's do that. So in the house, well, no, on both scenes, we need to listen for, when the letter I is pressed. So on the main scene, on key down, letter I, we will add the dialogue. Dialogue.say, hello world. Yeah, so when you press I, hello world pops up, and then if you press escape, or I guess if you start moving, we want to close the dialogue. So when you press escape, what did our dialogue have? Dismiss. Okay. I escape. Maybe escape doesn't work. What if you just press I again? Let's try all caps. All right, we need to look at the docs for on key down. I don't know if that'd be interesting if we could find like an AI that generates Pikachu speak. Um, click on the key type. Good call. Good call. I was like, what do we do here? Escape is literally not an option. Yeah, I guess we'll just toggle. So if dialogue dot active, then we dismiss it. Otherwise, we show it. So I is how you bring up and close your inventory. Did I miss something? Oh, active is a function. It's running it over and over again because the key is still down. I think maybe I want key. Is there key press instead of key down? So that way, like, it only runs once. Key press. Yeah, nice. And maybe the inventory actually covers like the center of the screen. I like that. So right now, this is drawing at 0 height minus 160. But what if we want to draw it like at the center? So like the dialogue size, width will be like the width times 0.8. And the height will be the height of the canvas, like 80%, 60%. 60% width and height. So we want the X to be we want to put it in the center. How are we gonna do that? We have to calculate it manually. So the width, if we put it at 0, 0, it's just gonna be top left corner. Okay, so we have the width of the screen divided by the width of the thing that we want. Oh, minus that, which gives us the leftover, divided by 2 gives us half of the gutter size. So that's our X. Beautiful. And then same thing for width. So X, yeah, so same thing for height. And then when we draw the rectangle, it's going to be width and height. Easy. Can't access lexical declaration width before initialization. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. I'm gonna call this dialogue width. Dialogue height. And then this, I'm going to rename to D height. Easy. That is a black square in the center of the screen. Awesome. Okay. Whenever we add the text, the width, we don't want it to be the full width. We want it to be the dialogue width. Cool. Okay. We definitely want to set the size of the text somehow. We'll do that in a second. But so we're adding it at 0 plus the padding. So 16 pixels of padding. And then we want to place it at height plus the padding. X would be... Thank you, Miko. Appreciate that. I'm asking you. I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out. So yeah, I'm trying to put it at the top left. This is right now. I'm trying to put it at the top left. Oh, you're right. So yeah, this would be the top left position. Oh, I need to keep track of that because I have to use that when I add the text. So the left is going to be that, like the X, and then the Y is going to be that. call it X and Y. Because now when I add the text, it needs to be at X plus padding and Y plus padding. So that'll put it at the top left of the, of the dialog box. Great. Now, how do we make that text smaller? Size. That makes sense. Size 16, maybe? It's happening. It's happening. Cool. Is it automatically gonna wrap though? Yeah, I guess it will. So for instance, instead of saying hello world, if we say a bunch of stuff. Not bad. I mean, obviously, we won't have more text than that. Let's see. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We can only have up to 7 lines of text, which is fine. That's fine. Man, this gets really complicated if we want to put something on each line of text. So maybe we pass it an array of things. Like inventory. And then something like 1 banana. 2 dinosaurs. I mean, you're only ever gonna have one of a thing. I guess maybe not. You can collect multiple, and then that's your multiplier. And then.
How are you?
Hey,
Love
Krusty.
the stream and the list content coding heart.
I appreciate that. Yeah, thank you for the tip. I'm doing all right. This was only supposed to be an hour, and then I got roped into it, and we're still coding, but we're having fun because we've actually figured out a lot. And I will say what's fun about what I'm doing right now is not fun, but what is interesting is we are explicitly placing the text in a specific spot on the screen, which is way different than like DOM manipulation, because typically the layouts just flow. But for this, we have to think about size and position, so it's pretty fun. It's pretty fun. A bowl of rice. Great. Okay, so that's our inventory. But now in dialog.say, we're going to accept a list of text that we want to put onto the screen. So this will be items. And then for each item, we need to draw some text. So it's not just a matter of updating the text here. Honestly, we know that we can have 7 lines of text, so we could recreate 7 lines of text here. I'm just gonna do that because that makes the most sense to me. So we'll say like lines is an array. We'll iterate from 1 up to 7. I can only have up to 7 lines of text. And then we'll push this into there. But each one, the Y position gets incremented by I times 16. So now we have a bunch of lines that we can set the text of. And so here, honestly, instead of a for loop, we'll just iterate up to 7 every time when you're doing a say. And we'll say if items at I, then we'll say lines at I dot text equals items at I. Otherwise, we blank out the text at that line. And lines at hidden is false. True. Where else are we accessing text? Yeah, we need to iterate over lines. Where else are we okay. Same thing here. For every line, we now destroy. Okay. It works. But dismiss text isn't defined again. Okay. So now we have a dialogue that can pop up, and we have up to 7 lines of text that we can put on there. Apparently, we can't use emojis, so this is the point where we will draw an image at that location. Health and charge. I don't think we have any logic for that yet. Pikachu just keeps on going. Yeah, I guess you're right. We could just have the name of it instead of the emojis, so we can say, where did that go? 1 banana, 1 dinosaur toy, 1 chips and dip. That's pretty great. It's pretty awesome. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Press I to exit. We probably need some descriptive text as well to says like press I to see your inventory. We'll just do that. I guess. What's the best place to put instructions for how to play the game? Probably here, right? Give this like a class of instructions. And then nice little list. Press I to see your inventory. And then instructions, we'll have a font family of monospace and a font size of 16 pixels. Let's see what happens. And a color of white. Cool. Enter a house to collect items. Press I to see your inventory. I guess. And then when the game starts, we tell them what items you'll need. We could probably add those instructions here. You need to find, and then what items are we looking for? And game items, color is yellow. Banana, dinosaur, toy, and chips. Why isn't it yellow? What? What am I doing wrong here? This seems right. Game items, color yellow. A semicolon. Great. What is happening? Nice. Okay, that's what I want to see. Yeah, this isn't going to be responsive, but that's okay. I'm okay with that. Great. We can enter a house. Yeah, well, so the inventory doesn't work on that screen because we didn't add the logic. Okay, awesome. Back to the codes. So we have this game state object right here. So we probably also want like an inventory. That starts out as empty. And then whenever we show the dialogue, or whenever we press I to see our inventory, right here, we'll just say, well, how do I want to do this? Yeah. Something like this. Message equals this, and then message.concat this. Like I feel like what I'm coding up right now is you will only ever have up to 3 items in your inventory. Basically, you're gonna find chests that have nothing in them, but when you find the ones, they will have either a banana, a dinosaur, a toy, or chips. So what we do is we iterate up to 3. And if state.inventory exists at that index, then we're going to push that into the message. So we'll say message.push 1, and then the inventory at I. Like that. And then if it doesn't exist, we just push the empty string. And we'll say I keep doing commas instead of semicolons. I don't know what's gotten into me. We'll say if state.inventory.length. So if you have nothing, we're going to tell them they have nothing. But if you have something, we'll show it. So if there is nothing, then we're gonna push in. You have no items, and then 2 empty strings. Great. So here, if I press I, you have no items. That's too long though. So I'm just gonna say no items. Cool. And now I think I've figured out what the last thing we're going to do is. So every house that you go into, we are going to spawn a bunch of chests all over the place. And when you encounter a chest, it'll pop up to say if you got an item or not. It'll say the chest is empty, or if you found it, then it'll say you found a banana. That's the game. That's the game. Find a thunderstone. I'll leave that as an exercise for the viewer. All this code is going to be open source. You can modify it to your heart's content. I think. Yeah. So add dialogue is here, and then what are we doing? We are defining the dialogue here. Trying to decide if this code needs to be extracted. I think it does. Like this needs to happen on both scenes. So regardless if you're on the main scene or you're on the house scene, this needs to happen. So I think I can actually just move this code into the dialogue. I think, is that going to be weird? Maybe? Does the dialogue add itself? Yeah, so when you call add dialogue, it adds itself. I'll just put this in a separate function. So I'll just say, listen inventory. Like this. And we'll pass the dialogue in that we want to listen. So we create the dialogue, and then we listen for if you press I, and then same thing inside of a house. So now I press I see my inventory. If I go into a house, I can press I and also see my inventory. I like the idea of when a player is moving, we hide the dialogue, because that way if you start moving after opening the dialogue, we just hide it. I think that's totally fine. Where were we doing that? We were doing that here. So player move scene, we'll pass in the dialogue so we can dismiss it and the player. So when we call player move scene, we pass in the dialogue as well, like that. And down here, pass in the dialogue as well. So that way, if you open up your inventory and then start moving, your inventory disappears. Easy. Now, let's spawn chests in every house. So, whenever we create all of the random houses, which are here, we should also create information about where the chests are in each one of those houses. So I think what we'll do is when we push a house into the house array, we'll have the sprite, which is that, but then we'll also have chests, and then we can randomly define all of those chests as well. But now let's see everywhere we were referencing houses, because now we want to grab the sprite from that and use that. I guess that was the only spot. We iterate over the houses, we grab the sprite and add it. Easy, but now we can also get chests. So we can say something like the chests are going to be an array, and we'll decide how many chests we want to put in there. So something like num chests. We want a random amount between 3 and between 3 and 6 chests per house. Between 3 and 9 chests per house. And then we will push in one of these. So this, we're going to label it as chest number. And then chest I. And then we also have to decide where to put it in the house. So we create a bunch of random chests, but now we need a random X and Y location. And we'll also pass those chests in when we along with the house. Soggy ravioli, thank you for the prime. Now, we need a random X between 16 and width minus 16. So, 16 plus the width, which should give us the width of the thing, minus 16, so it doesn't show up on the edge. And that's times math.random. Cool. And then y is the same thing. Yeah, same thing, but instead of width, it's height. So that gives us 2 random x and y's within the house. But what if they're overlapping? I don't care. It's a lot harder to figure out random places that don't overlap. Let's just see what happens. Let's see what happens with these random locations. So we define the x and y, they get popped in there, great. And now chests we need to actually render whenever we show the house. So on the scene, on the house scene, we get the specific house index, and now we can render out all of the chests. So we do all this, we got the player, we'll say the house is houses at the specific index, and then we'll say house.chests for each. Add it to the scene. That's a bunch of things. It showed up in the corner though. It's really funny that happened the first time. So our y calculation is off. Minus, or no, our x calculation is off, minus 32. I'm assuming it's the same there too. Well, there's definitely some overlapping there. And our x-axis needs to be even less. 64? Nice. Okay. But memorize their position, because what we just did is if you leave the house and go back into it, they should be always in the same spot for that house. But if you go into a different house, they're going to be in a different location. See? 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 Okay, our initial x value is wrong as well. So, 48? Technology. Oh, wait. No, the y? Oh, because, so, okay. I feel like 32 is probably fine. Oh, no. I mean, there's a better way to write. Like, I could be writing tests. And I could be much more precise about locations, but the way that I'm coding this is with a lot of trial and error. This could be better. I agree. I agree. Our y also needs to be decreased a little bit. So let's do this. All right, this is the winner. And if it's not, that's okay. This actually seems like it's going to be a pretty hard game. There are so many houses and so many chests. You literally have to check every single one until you find the banana, the dinosaur, and the chips. And the cactus. Okay. We don't want them to overlap. So, it is a scavenger hunt. I mean, it's a, oh, okay. I was about to say, like, why can't I can't leave. The point of the game is to find all of the, the items. I guess what's not fun about it, potentially, is that it's completely random. So, like, there's no rhyme or reason as to where the items are going to show up. Create a 0x9 grid, pick from there, then multiply by 64. I like where you're headed with this. Basically, there are, yeah, so we have our possible options for the X and our possible options for the Y. 0 through whatever, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13-ish. So we're going to say 13 possible options in the X. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 possible options in the, in the Y. Y is 13. X is 12. So we pick a random number from here, but we remove it so that way we don't choose it again. So So the possible y is going to be array dot from length 12. It's going to have 1. No, we can start at 0. So it'll be 0 through 12. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And then possible x, same thing. We'll just stick with 12. They'll be more towards the center. And then we grab a random one of these. And that is the x location. So instead of math.random, it'll be the possible x times the width of the sprite. So we'll say random x index is going to be possible x dot length times math dot random. And we math dot floor that whole thing. That gives us a random index. And then the random x is going to be the possible x. And we splice out at that index one of them. That should give us back the value. And then now, instead of math.random, we do this times 16. And then the same thing, random I. I'm too far. I'm just going to use what I have. And then we do the same thing for the y. But then this is going to be random y times 16. This will just work. Easy. Check it out. Or not. Nope. I think they're off the map. Let's see what our random x and our random y are. Genius. I mean, I guess I'm not. Am I in the flow? I kind of want to be done, honestly. Oh, it's an array. That's why. So, because splice could return multiple. Random y is undefined. I did this to myself. Yes, you're right. Okay, there it is. I was like, I couldn't find it. It's that. You are correct. Okay, so now we get a bunch of random x's and random y's. This is the winner, everybody. Check it out. Now, every room you go into... Is this not right? So if I do 0... If I do 12 times 16, that's 192. So 192 would be the, like, least... the most... The legendary empty room? Yeah. What? Where'd all our chests go? Multiply it by 32 or 64. Don't consider the room size. Not horrible. There's only one of them in there. There's supposed to be at least 3. And then, yeah, some of the rooms are just completely empty. Let's look at the X and yeah, let's look at what X and Y are. That's a huge number. Why is that number so big? Oh. Yeah, don't minus this. What are you doing? What are you doing? Why are you? Yeah, this is better. Look at this. Nice. First try. I guess the one thing is we actually don't want to generate it right in front of the door. Also, we're too far in the Y. So it'll be, we need to do this number minus 96. If x is greater than or equal to the width, x minus equals 96. Same thing with y, with the height. That y. Height minus 16, maybe? Line 107. Thank you. Okay. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. That seems decent. Yeah. No. Random x, x, y, random y. X, y, y. Oh, yeah, that's a good call. There should be less in the y. I like that. And Sedge, thank you for the 3 months. Yeah, easy. Now, are we going to run into a situation where we can't access some of the chests? That seems fine. No, it's all the suggestions are still there. We've just been so busy trying to figure out how to do everything. So yeah, I think so. We're gonna have collision with the chests, but you can collide from any side. So if you, it doesn't have to just collide with his head. If you do like this, you can still see what's inside. Okay. This seems fine. we have chests in random locations that spawn in the same spot every time you go into that house. So they stay there. Great. We've already done that. So this logic prevents them from overlapping because we have all the possible X places, all the possible Y places, and when we choose one, we remove it from the array, which means the next one can't be placed there in that X or Y. Right? Right? It seems fine. Like, I don't see any overlapping. Oh, like every other row? Kind of like that. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so then they're like more spread out. Is that right? You're a thinker, Alka. Look at that. Now they're not like super close together. At most, they're 2 rows apart. Easy. Easy. It's actually really interesting to see the patterns that arise. Can I put possible X before possible Y? Yeah, I got you. I got you. Cool. Cool. Yeah, you know what the other fun thing would be? If this was multiplayer, everyone gets dropped onto the same map, and then you can see everyone else going around. Everyone's trying to find the same thing, and all the things are in the same places, but it's whoever does it first. That would make it competitive. I'm not going to do that today, but that could be interesting. Okay, we're on our way. Now we have a bunch of chests. We need to decide, of all of these chests, which ones are going to have the items that we need. And let's look back at our README. Cactus is another thing we need. Halfway through. The thing is, I have somewhere to be at in an hour and 15 minutes. So I gotta wrap it up. Wrap it up. This is it. I'm gonna, okay, so we'll also do well, actually, how many? 1, 2, 3, 4. You can only have up to 5 items. So this is it. Cactus, chips and dip, soccer ball, and dinosaur. Can checked chests be marked? Yeah, we should make them open. You're totally right. Do we have a sprite for that? Because otherwise it'll be really hard to know like what you have and haven't checked. This? Yeah, this looks like an open chest, right? I can't really even tell. 132? Yeah, either this one or this one for sure. All right, 132. Okay. Yeah, for whatever reason it's filled with water. It's fine. We're gonna do 132. So item searched is 132. Now, what that means is whenever we draw it, we need to decide has it been searched or not. So, in the list of chests, chests also need state. So, chests have a sprite, which is that thing, but then they have searched, and that can be true or false. So it starts off as false. We'll also pass in the X and the Y here so we can redraw it if we need to. Yeah. Yeah, so, and then also this, we won't include sprite item or item searched until we draw it. So now when we draw it, we need to check, is it searched? Let's do that. So we iterate over all of the chests right here. And we're gonna spread chest.sprite, but if chest.searched is true, then we want to do sprite, well, let's just call a sprite name. Then we want item searched. Otherwise, we want to grab the item sprite. And so now when we add it, we say sprite with that name. So that way, whenever you've searched it, we change the sprite out. And now we can do these. So when the player collides with chest.name, search chest. But let's make sure we pass in the name whenever we specify the chest as well. Right here, chest I is the chest name. Cool. Do I think gaming and anime are a waste of time when learning to code? I mean, it depends. I feel like you should be taking breaks when you're learning to code. So when you take a break, if you watch some anime or play a game, I think that's totally fine. Yeah, your brain needs breaks. Yeah. And also learning how to manage your time and making sure that you take deliberate breaks and stuff like that. I think that's important too. Okay, when the player collides with that chest, we want to set the chest to be searched. We then want to remove and this isn't chest.add, this is just add. Because this gives us back the chest instance. Because we need to remove the chest instance. And when you collide, if the chest is not searched, then we will... I don't know if remove is actually a function, but essentially we need to remove it and then replace it with searched. Like that. Let's see if... I assume remove is a function. This is fine. This is it. We're going to be able to search all the chests. Watch us. We go in. Boom. Remove is not defined. Let's see. How do we... Is it destroy? Destroy game object. Cool. Cool. All right, here we go. Moment of truth. I go into a house. I search a chest. Look at me. I can search all the chests. That's fantastic. And then if I go back in, I can see that they're all searched. Wow. That's so cool. Let's pick a better image though. That it's not super clear to me. Whoa. Welcome in, Alt F4 stream. You reached us right at a pivotal moment. So we're building this little game here, and we just finally we're almost there. The game is almost done. But welcome in. Glad to see you. Thank you for the raid. What were you working on? Birth DevOps? What does that mean? But yeah, shouts out to our friend Alt F4. Thank you for the raid. Shout out. Click that link. Drop a follow. Let me tell you all what we're working on. So today is coding improv. At the beginning of the stream 5 hours ago, what was supposed to be like a 2-hour stream is now a 5-hour stream. But 5 hours ago, we got all of these suggestions from the chat. City, dinosaur, soccer, kittens, Pikachu, cactus, room, Linus Tech tips, recipe, and dip. And then using all of those words, we tried to decide what are we going to build based on that. And we decided we are building Pikachu's scavenger hunt. So it's a game where you collect random items, and yeah, that's it. we didn't do kittens though. So this is the game as we have it. So you show up as Pikachu. You have to go into each of these houses and search the chest. What we just got done is now when you collide with a chest, it appears to be open. So the last thing we need is we need to actually hide these items in some of the chests throughout all of these different houses. So eventually, like right now, like if you, most of them are going to be empty, but 4 of them out of all the chests and all of the houses. Oh, birth stream, is that what that means? I was like, what? Birthday. Happy birthday. Birthday, Alt F4. So yeah, now we're at the point where when you collide with the chest, we need to decide if there was something inside of it. And if there was, you add it to your inventory. If you press I, you can see your inventory. Right now we have no items. So essentially, we need to just add the logic that when the game starts, we need to put those items into a thing. So first of all, let's just assume there wasn't something. So when you collide with a chest, we will show the dialogue. Yeah, so dialogue.say, and you pass in a list of what you want to say. So we're going to default right now to, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Right here we'll say, chest was empty. Cool. So now, now when you collide with a chest, message is not defined. That's okay. We just want this. Now, it just says the chest was empty. But now if we put random items, if there's an item in there, we add it to your inventory. Game done. We're almost there. Okay. Now we need to decide how we're going to put it into all of the chests. So, no, it pops up. Well, actually, that would be a really funny troll, right? Like if we literally don't put any of the inventory, so you search the entire game and you find nothing. The chest was empty. Chest was empty. Or I say chest is empty? Okay. Chest is empty, no dialogue, only when you find something. I like so you don't have to press I to exit. Like you literally just start moving and the dialogue disappears. It feels more interactive, right? It's like this is what would happen in an RPG. Like everything you try to interact with tells you something. Oh well. All right. Last piece, not last piece. So first of all, we need to put these items somewhere on the page. So yeah, well, so the the tricky part is we're drawing all of this stuff manually. So we have the reusable dialogue code that puts it in the middle of the screen like that. So whenever you open your inventory, we're gonna list out what is in your inventory. That's all you get. These are the possible items. We will start off with a list of them. possible items. Cool. So this is what you can get, and then right now, the chest needs to have some state to say like item is null. So if item is null, there's nothing inside of it. So I think what I want to do is we generate all of the chests in the app first. So let's do something like all chests. And then not only are we going to push this into the chests for an individual house, we're going to push it into all chests as well. So chests like that. And so chest is going to be this whole thing. Chests can only have one item. They can't have multiple. So this, essentially the game will generate all of the chests at the start, and then afterwards we need to pick 4 random ones to set the item on. Pick 4 random. I guess one, that actually would be interesting if one chest has 2 or 3. No. Okay, this is it though. Yeah, no multiples. So it's literally only 4. There's only going to be 4 of them. So yeah, let's just iterate from 0 up to 4. And we say the random item. Let's use rand I. Someone told me earlier that this was built in. Random I. Yeah, cool. So betwixt 0 and the possible items dot length. Random item index. And then the random item is going to be possible items dot slice. We need to remove it. No, splice removes it. We remove at the random item index one of them, like that. So that gives us our random item, and then it gets removed from the array. And then we do the same thing with the possible chest. So random chest index. So this is all chests, and then we get the random chest, and then we say random chest.item is random item. Great. And then we'll log it. So cactus, dinosaur, soccer, and chips are in chest 1, 6, 3, and 1. Well, actually, but that's the name corresponding to the house, so we actually don't even know what house they're in. Also, this X and Y are nan. That's not good. That's that means that this is breaking. Yeah, so there's actually not enough. So, is that 25 possible X and Y locations? Let just means that that I variable isn't going to exist outside the for loop because it's block scoped. So these days it just makes sense to do because that's usually what you mean when you have a for loop variable. There are too many chests. Wait, okay, so we get a random index between 0 and the length of the number of chests, and then we splice that out as well. Yeah, exactly. So that's basically what this logic does is it allows us to not put them on top of each other. However, at some point, this is giving us a NaN calculation. So like the random X and the random Y are undefined. Yeah, they're undefined. It's not good. It's not good. Oh, because there's only 6 possible. Wait. Yeah, there's only 6 possible in the X. So I need to do like this. At most, there can be 6 chests. That's the issue. Where's the hard-coded 4? Oh, it's fine. I know there's only ever going to be 4 items. Okay, I'm glad we caught that, because we could have ran into a scenario where the items weren't anywhere in the game. Okay, so now that we have put item on there, we can add it to our inventory when we come across it. So we'll say if chest.item is not a thing, then we say the chest was empty. Otherwise, can you add a web game to Steam? Otherwise, we have the item, so I'll say state.inventory. We're gonna push chest.item. And now that it's in the inventory, before that we'll say found chest.item. Cool. And then, yeah, I think this is the game. Now we just need to handle when you find the last item. Here we go. Let's go searching. Chest was empty. Chest was empty. Okay, all empty. Next house. Is my code written in a way where I can I can reduce the number of houses and it'll still work? Let's see. Hopefully. Yeah, I think I can do this. 1 house per row. Oh, I found a cactus. And now if I press I, inventory is not defined. Great. State.inventory. State.inventory. Okay, this is it. All right. Chest is empty. Chest is empty. Found a soccer ball. And now if I look at my inventory, I have 1 soccer ball. Great. Um, chest is empty. Found a dinosaur. Look at that. I got a soccer and a dinosaur. I found some chips. Now we are looking for the cactus, and the game is over. There's actually a game. We found the cactus, and at this point, we would transition to the game end scene. Gray out the found items on top. Oh wait. Wait, we found this. It didn't put the cactus in there. A lot of bugs. A lot of bugs. Less than 4. I should not have hard-coded that. But let's just see. That whole house was empty. So we're using Kaboom, found the soccer ball, which uses canvas. Found the cactus. This room had 2 things in it. Nothing in here. It has to be here. Chips! Wait, what do we still need? We still need the dinosaur. Found the dinosaur. Okay. It has all the things. All right. Is that accurate? Okay, I think I am of the opinion that if you didn't find anything, it should not pop up the dialogue. I agree with that. Let's fix that, and then let's add the game end state. So we're only going to do if chest.item is a thing. We tell them that we found the thing. And I also don't want to immediately just make it disappear because we have the logic where if you're moving, then it dismisses the dialogue. But let's say you can't move if dialogue is visible. What is a property on the dialogue that we have? Yeah, so it's HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. It's mainly just JavaScript, but it's using a framework called Kaboom, Kaboom.js. Kaboom! What am I doing? What am I doing? Dialogue. Dialogue.hidden. If dialogue.hidden is false, or if the dialogue is hidden, the player can move. But if the dialogue is not hidden, then the player cannot move. So what this should do is, oh, wait. Active. Active is what we want. Active. And if it's not active, right, this is it. So we can move around. Nothing in there. Nothing in there, but oh yeah, and then I just get rid of this. I don't want to dismiss the dialogue on move. First try. Found a soccer. But yeah, so I can't press if I'm pressing the arrow keys and nothing is happening, I have to press I to continue searching. The issue there was like the moment you found something, if you kept moving, the dialogue would disappear. So I like this behavior. So now we found the dinosaur. We have 2 things. Great. Great. Not there, not there. Nope. This might be the first actual game we've built on the stream. We found a cactus. It's in there. We've got one more thing to find. It's not in there. I think we got one more house. We found the chips. Game over. Okay, now we need to handle the game in state. I guess that was a game, the jumping dinosaur thing. You're right. But I like the idea of um, showing these as potentially as a different color if they're found. So let's also do that and game in state. I'm fat. I get distracted all the time. But okay, I have to leave in 45 minutes. We'll be done in 10. What are we doing? The game items. We want to when the app loads, we're gonna put that into that div. So this is just gonna be vanilla DOM. So game items element is document.query selector for game items. Cool. And then we actually put these in there as strings. And we'll have a little function that says update game items. And if so, we iterate over them. That's something like the text starts off as empty. No, the HTML starts off as empty. And we iterate over each of the game items. And if state.inventory.includes item, then we say HTML plus equal I guess we want to space separate them. We'll call this HTML items. It's going to be an array. Yeah, HTML items, we're going to push a span in. So a span, and then we'll have a class of found. We don't even need a class. We can just inline styles. Color is gray, like that. And Redneck, thank you for the raid. Welcome in. And so if it includes it, we'll do that. Otherwise, we'll push it without the color. And then the game items element dot inner HTML becomes HTML items dot join on a comma space. Great. I'm going to move this function below where I define the state so it makes a little more sense. Where is the state? Right here. The state's right there. So update game items is there. And then an extra quote? You're right. Thank you. Thank you. And then whenever we encounter an item, we update game items. So what this should do, and also whenever the game starts, we need to show them, like right here. Yeah. So by default, they're all yellow, and then if we find an item, it grays out. First try. Okay. Huzzah! Yeah, that was your idea, huh, Codex? Yeah, and then cactus grays out. This is too much fun. But I think all of the commas are now yellow. So technically, the comma should probably be the color of the thing that we're looking for. literally the last two ones. So there's the chips, and then over here is the dinosaur. We just need a game end scene, and then I gotta get out of here. So if the scene is win, it literally says you win. Let's see what that looks like. You win. Do a size of 32. Oh, thank you, Limots. That's it. Yeah, so this is literally all we need. So this goes to scene main, and then every time you find an item, found item, and then actually we'll do it whenever you exit. So whenever the dialogue is closed, it'll say you win. Let's do that. So where are we handling pressing I to close the dialogue? Here. So if we're about to dismiss the dialogue, and if state.inventory.length is equal to the number of items, which is just game items, game items.length, we go to win. That's it. That's our game. Okay. I'll play it one time. Make rid of the console logs. Get rid of that one. Get rid of that one. Oh, I got rid of the dialogue closing when we move. So now you explicitly have to. Well, I'll leave that open. Now you explicitly have to dismiss it, so that way you don't accidentally dismiss the fact that you found an item. So now, found a cactus. So yeah, you can't move until you press I. This is it, everybody. We've done it. We've done it. Yeah, found the soccer ball. Press I. Found the chips. Now we just need the dinosaur. Are you ready? Not there. The last one. Cool. So the dialogue pops up, but then when you press I to exit, it says you win. You win. I mean, you all were here for moral support. Okay, but this is what makes the game hard. There are a ton of houses with literally only 4 items that you need to find. Okay, so I think this is it. I'm just gonna deploy it. You can go play it, and then I'm gonna get out of here. But we've done it. It only took an hour plus 4 hours and 46 minutes. We need a favicon? No, I don't have the time. Look at this. I searched 3 houses and haven't found anything yet. I found a dinosaur. Okay. I guess it would be cool if we indicated that you've searched a house, but yeah, there's no timer. This is it. I don't think I have time to play the game again. You're right. We have to leave. But yeah, okay. I'm going to deploy the site, put it on GitHub, and that's it. That's all. Great work, everybody. We did it. That's a whole lot of images to upload, though. I could delete that folder. Modern tiles free. I don't think we need that. Just gonna delete it. We just need the house folder. We don't need Pikachu.zip. I think this is it. Okay. Why is there a grass biome.tsx? Okay. Deploy. Pikachu Scavenger Hunt. Nice. Nice. Cool. Okay, so if you want to play the game, you can go here, post screenshots in the Discord of your winning. Hopefully it works for you. I mean, I didn't find any bugs, so it seems fine. But this was great. I had a good time. Thank you everybody for hanging out. Exciting! I found a dinosaur. Okay. I'm gonna get out of here. Real quick plug, I have a course. So if you visit reactroots.com, you can learn more about it. It's going to be a live course. So if you're interested in learning React and TypeScript, definitely check it out. It's happening April 10th. Yeah, this was a ton of fun. Check me out over on YouTube. Follow me on Twitter. And like I said, we have a Discord, so feel free to join. Post a screenshot of your gameplay, and let's get out of here. So let's find somebody to raid. If you are a sub, you can use that raid message. If you're not a sub, you can use that raid message. And just real quick, I also have a mailing list. If you want a discount code for the course that I just mentioned, join the mailing list, because if the discount codes aren't used up, then I'm going to send them out on the 27th. So join the mailing list. All right, let's get out of here. Again, thank you everybody for hanging out. This was super fun. Wherever you are in the world, have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, or night. And until next time, here's this.